There are only a dozen peaks in the world that rise 5 miles high. All of them are here. These mountains are among the most hostile places on Earth. Yet, a few special animals manage to live here. Like all creatures of the high mountains, they have had to adapt both their body and their behavior in order to survive. Life at extreme altitude has shaped some of the toughest animals on the planet. The sun-baked mountains of the Arabian Peninsula. They may only be a fraction of the height of the Himalayas, but they are still so dizzyingly steep that in many places it's almost impossible to get a foothold. In safety, beyond the reach of predators. The Alps, Europe's highest peaks. The golden eagle has to spend every daylight hour scanning the slopes for something, somewhere to eat. Her 7-foot wingspan allows her to glide effortlessly for 100 miles in a single day. Her extraordinary eyes enable her to spot prey from 2 miles away. But she is not the only one who's looking for food. When she spots a chance, she must move fast. She can dive at 200 miles an hour. Only a peregrine is faster. This is Africa's Mount Kenya. It's 17,000 feet high, which giant heathers, lobelias and groundsel grow on its upper slopes. They all thrive in the tropical sun. After all, every day is summer. But once the sun sets, every night becomes as bitterly cold as winter. Everything freezes. Dawn in the high Andes. Here too, the rising sun brings rapid relief to animals living amongst these volcanic peaks. Mountain Vizcacha are up early to claim the best places to catch the sun's first rays. For others up here, the sunrise is even more welcome. At over 14,000 feet, this is the highest flamingo colony in the world. Walking on thin ice is always risky. And it's hard to retain one's dignity. At these altitudes, the sun's power can quickly turn from salvation to threat. The atmosphere is so thin, there is very little protection from ultraviolet radiation. By mid-morning, it's risky to linger out in the open. The Vizcacha are forced to head for the shade. There is nowhere to hide.
All right, everybody out there in the No Man's Sky land, we are going to be looking at some gorgeous 4K footage of some excellent modding from Red Moss. This takes us back to the E3 days here. He called this mod E3 Arcadia. Now, he has some certain reasons for naming some things. I don't know what the Arcadia has anything to do with, but these guys are a little bit deeper into this stuff than I am. So here we are. We have some beautiful footage here, all in 4K, really slamming my PC down. So enjoy this. Let's also talk about Red Moss and the page view. We went over to Red Moss's page this morning and looked at his files, and all of them seem to be gone. What is happening over there with Red Moss? It's very concerning to me. Red Moss, let me know what's happening, buddy. But this is just stunning. Look at his LOD. The LOD is just crazy in this, and he did a really good job of mixing everything up. And not only does he do this, I think he doesn't do it to the extreme like Woody Montana does, because he adds in a whole bunch of mods. Woody Montana's mod doesn't come with all these other mods. I think he has to make some compromises to get everything to run smoothly. To do this much, to have it run this smooth, and to be this consistent is why Red Moss is the best modder of No Man's Sky, hands down. Absolutely beautiful. Look at this grass as it comes by. I mean, he does grass too that's like over your head. It's just overwhelming. This mix of biomes here is just absolutely stunning as well. I mean, look at the mixtures here. I mean, every planet is unique. This mod and the Woody Montana mod. I mean, the Woody Montana mod, I've been using that one forever and don't get any replications. I mean, there's always something that is definitely unique. And here we're just going to keep on popping into new planets and taking a run, you know, taking a look at it, and then we'll just hit some new planets. And look how this one is all mixed up here. Just cool. Stuff from the marshy planets, stuff from heated planets. We've got grass. Just kind of mixing it all up here. And then he throws in his little pieces all the time too. Like we're not even seeing everything. I mean, it would take you days to go through and see every single little detail that Red Moss has probably put in here, down to a core level. You know, like signature wormies out there. They would have to have like it looks like they have like a special eyeball on it. I don't think I'd go over there and look at them better, but it's like a yellow eye. It's a little different. And then he plays with the animal files too, so he knows which descriptors are probably the most unique ones, like this little bulbous head with the thorn horn coming out of it. You know, those are odd descriptors in the files. And what does Red Moss do? Goes pulls out all the cool shit, man. Makes that take priority over everything. That's just cool to do, man. That's excellent. Stunning. Here we are at another planet. We got some nice hilly terrain in the background. Kind of look like the Badlands from the Dakotas in the United States. Looks cool. Here's something that's out of place. Look at the exotic critter just running around like that. Little fella's far from home. And that's cool. Ooh. Guy looks shiny. That lighting looks wonky. Looks like they're rubbed down in Vaseline or something. It's kind of gross. Everybody looks slimy and slick. Alright guys, look at that grass, man. That is cute. I just love the rich real grass like this. Makes me feel the immersion is just so much better. And again, just how shiny everything is. I think that's kind of weird. I'm not sure if that's the mod or anything, but I guess it's the Ultra 4K. I mean, not slacking on the critter generation. Cut through. And the water. Another signature thing is, man, that water is just crystal clear and looks gorgeous. Extreme terrains here, man, just excellent. You can't beat it. No life improvement mods on this though. I don't have no jetpack, and I'm pretty sure I didn't have a pulse look or anything. But he's got just like a throwback mod, so this is a throwback to the E3. I'm sure if we keep on traveling around, I mean, it's just gonna get crazy, especially with the deposits, you know, the above ground deposits and things like that. I'd like to see him. Yeah, see, there's an odd on that hill on the left-hand side there. There was some exotic collectibles. one odd anomaly. Like I was on a planet and I just seen one odd one now, and I thought that was just really cool. Like, how did he do that? Just put that one anomalous object in there. So sparse that it was, there's probably maybe 40 on one planet or something like that. I don't know. Very low percentage. It's just cool what he does. The guy has an understanding of something in this game that just I don't know if anybody else quite does, or he just has some super dedication. You can see some of his the artwork of his in the back, like a little flagpole that was way off in the distance back there. He always puts that in there. Just throwback, man. You're mixing a little bit of the best of what was back then and a little bit of what was now. It's not as extreme as a Woody Montana, but he keeps it and plays it safe because he mixes them with a whole bunch of mods. And for that, I think it warrants you to go check out Red Moss a little bit. I hope his site gets back up. If anybody really wants this mod, give me a message and send me an email. And on that, I'll see you guys on the next video.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
I guess a bit mysterious, a bit weird at times, right? But like, and also sometimes a little bit lonely, right? Because it's sci-fi, and I kind of love that side of it. Everyone's always seen in No Man's Sky, right? It's something that, you know, it's a kind of game that myself and a lot of other people always wanted to play in a multiplayer world. And I'm just really excited to be able to do it. I can't think of anything else I want to do to, but I don't feel like that actually.
Right.
At the moment, I'm really enjoying what we're doing right now. And there's so many things.
worms are fantastic animals. They're incredibly important for life on this planet, and the variety of worms on Earth is truly astonishing. But what are worms? The name is a very broad term that can include an enormous diversity of organisms, from the familiar earthworms to the tiny parasitic worms and the weirdest of deep-sea living worms. Worm is, essentially, not actually a scientific name at all. Instead, it's more of a description of a particular body plan. There are many different phyla of animals considered worms, and really the number of different worms in the world just depends on whether you consider an organism worm-shaped. All of the different groupings that you see here have been called worms at one point or another, and this is an incomplete list, as there are even certain larvae of insects that are called worms too, and so it's difficult to really say what a worm is. However, the basic definition would be an animal that's elongate, roughly, though not necessarily tube-shaped, thin and lacking a backbone. But of course there are exceptions to this, for example Anguis fragilis, commonly called the slow worm, which is a lizard and therefore has a vertebral column. Incredibly, despite a lot of the organisms called worms looking quite similar to one another due to their overall body plan, these animals are in fact more distantly related to one another than we are to reptiles, amphibians, or even fish. This is because we're all in the same phylum, Chordata, meaning we share a lot of basic characteristics that can be observed at one time or another during our development. But worms are spread across multiple phyla, meaning they aren't closely related to each other at all, and instead the general worm body plan has evolved over and over again. This must mean, therefore, that the worm shape is simply the best, and really everything should be a worm. Seriously though, worms just work. Like limblessness evolving multiple times within chordates, the fact that this body plan has arisen and lasted for so long in so many different lineages just proves how successful it is, and how good it is for filling the niches that these organisms are adapted for. Of course, this basic worm shape can then be modified over time as the animal changes to suit its environment and lifestyle, leading to the incredible diversity within worms that we can witness today. The three groups of organisms that today many people would consider to be the main, best-known phyla of worms are the annelids, which includes organisms such as earthworms, leeches, and bristleworms, the ubiquitous nematodes, including roundworms and hookworms, and the platyhelminthes, including flatworms and tapeworms. Among just these three phyla, there's an unimaginable amount of diversity, but of course there's even more when the other worm groupings are accounted for as well. The name worm did actually used to have a very different meaning in the early days of taxonomy, however, when Carl Linnaeus, the father of modern taxonomy, classified various organisms under vermes, which means worms. Vermes was essentially a collection of all non-arthropod invertebrates and was separated into 5 orders, encompassing a huge variety of animals that today are spread across all sorts of phyla, such as the earthworms, slugs, jellyfish, barnacles, clams, hagfish, snails, and corals, just to name a few. But today these organisms are classified much more distantly from one another, and worm is no longer a very technical term. Other naturalists also use the term vermes, most notably Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, but in his classification he split the vermes up further, as later biologists would continue to do until vermes no longer became a useful grouping, and a view of worm taxonomy as we understand it today arose. Worms of some sort are found just about everywhere on Earth, from the deep sea to the soil and even inside larger animals such as humans. And estimates of the number of species of worm in the world range from over 250,000 to about 1 million. But of course the number depends greatly on what you count as a worm. And not all of these worms have even been named or described yet, with potentially hundreds of thousands of new species out there waiting to become known to science. As Emily Grasley of the Brain Scoop says,
I think everybody should be a worm scientist.
so hopefully this video has helped to give you an understanding of just how remarkable worms are, and why the question of what is a worm is a little more misleading than you might initially have thought. I hope you'll join us for the rest of Worm Week as we explore even deeper into the worm world. We've got all sorts of great stuff planned, it should be a lot of fun. There's just so much to learn from these wonderful creatures, and we've only just scratched the surface.
Fucking no man's sky, play around. Motherfucker, if you don't know, go check it out. It's the Ma, quit leaving me alone. I'm trying to make a song, Mom. Stop it. Get out of here.
What up, guys? Sky Masters here. It's 7/23/2024, and we are going to be talking about No Man's Sky Save Editor for the World's Update 5.0. 2.0. Let's get on with it. Listen, we are going to be doing this video like you have never been over here and your save editor ever before. So if you are here to just do an update, bear with me, man. I'll try to give you some shortcuts along the way. But listen, we're gonna do a hand up for some of these new people in here. So let's get on with it, okay? So first of all, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go on over to github.com/goatfungus/NMS save editor. I'll put a link in the description down there, and it's going to bring you to a page that looks just like this, okay? Now, you're gonna come over here and you're gonna read some stuff and you're gonna go blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's do it. Hold up there, Turbo. All right. First, what we're going to need to do is make sure that you have the requirements that you're going to need to run this program. And if you come down here to the very bottom, it's going to say different requirements. Save Wizard for PS4. And then there's some things called Nom Nom 2 for Xbox players. If you Xbox here right now, I do a video called Xbox Nom Nom, and that will pretty much get you through. You're just going to have to it's an older video, but it does cover how to install it. And if you have any problems, then the guys over on Nom Nom Discord are really cool. All right. Now, let's move on past that the console stuff and get on to it. Now, if you're on PC, we want to make sure that you have Java Runtime Environment 8 installed. Most likely you do. It's not going to hurt anything, just to make sure. It'll tell you that if it needs to be updated, or it'll tell you that it doesn't need to be, okay? So just make sure that you have the Java Runtime Environment deal. You come over to Java. It's going to come over here and you grab the Windows, grab one of these. You can grab the offline 64-bit and run it home. Install it. It's gonna tell you if you need it or not. All right. I would just grab the damn. Okay. So what you're gonna do after that, you're gonna make sure that you've got that here. Give a thank you to Brandon Matthews down here. He's got a Patreon over on Patreon link here. Brandon Matthews, cool guy. He's been doing this for a long time. Show him some love, all right? Show him some love. Now, with that being said, what do? You scroll back up to the top, all right? Once you come to this page right here, you're going to see this code button, this little green code button. Touch it, all right? Now, down at the very bottom, it's going to say download zip. Go ahead and download that zip. You're going to see it up there in the top right corner. If you're using Chrome, if you're using something, you need to navigate to your download folder and then go grab that sucker, all right? All right, now open up a folder and navigate to the NMS save editor that you just downloaded. It should be in a zip file, okay? If you don't know what a zip file is, you're going to need a unzipper to open it. You should have one. If not, go get a unzipper. I use 7-zip. There's a whole bunch, iZark. There's a whole bunch of good free ones all out there. Once you open it up, you're going to see that it's going to have its container right here, and you're going to see the NMS Save Editor Master, and you're going to want to go ahead, if this is your first time using this and grabbing this, take this and drag it right on over to your desktop, okay? And let that unpack and unzip over there, okay? Now, let's close this down. And then you should have a No Man's Sky Save Editor Master folder on your desktop like this. Now, to the other people who are updating like me, let's go ahead and open this folder that I just showed you. You should already have a No Man's Sky Save Editor Master on there, correct? Now let's go ahead and open this one up in the zip folder here, and let's take all these items right here and then take them and replace the ones that are in our folder with the new one, okay? It's gonna say replace files. Is that what you wanna do? Yes, that's what we're here to do. We're gonna replace them. Boom. Now we've got everything else. Now, for you new players out there, yours is gonna look exactly the same, except you're not gonna have these two folders up here. Screenshots or the backup folder. You'll have the screenshots folder, but you're not going to have this backup. Now, this backup folder is super cool. I'll talk about that here in a minute because it's one of the features on there. But yeah, every time you open the save editor, it does an automatic backup, and well, cool feature, okay? So now that we have our NMS save editor in our folder and we're updated, players, your new stuff here, which one do you have to open up? There's a couple of different things that look like you should touch them, but the one that you want to open the program with is the NMS Save Editor executable jar file. All right, it's going to be this Java, a cup of coffee looking icon right there, and that is the one that you're going to use to open up the NMS editor. Okay, now I have my save editor already at my location, but for you people out there who've never opened this before, you need to tell the save editor where to look at for your No Man's Sky save, okay? For you people out there, it's going to be on your C drive under your username, app data, roaming, hello games, NMS, and then your save, okay? So let's go up to file, and we're gonna say open file path, okay? Let's open that file path. Now you can see that mine is already set up right here. Now I'm gonna back up here so you guys can kind of see how I'm gonna do this. Okay, app data. Yeah. Okay, so we're at a local drive. I'm going into my personal folder. I need to go to app data. Open that. We're going to go to roaming, and then we need to go to hello games. There's NMS, and then when you open that, you can see it's Sky Masters YouTube right there. There's mine. Okay. Now, yeah, here we go. Now I'm gonna open that up. Boom. And then if I click on these, you can see that here are my saves now. There we go. Boom. Yeah. You're pretty much in there. So let's pick one now and open it up. Boom. Everything in my save is right in front of my eyes, right? I can manipulate whatever I want in this. Okay. Now I'm going to start over here at this other end because I feel like this is the more important stuff. We can go over into our rewards over here and click on things that we want. You can see that I don't have everything clicked on right now. It's been a minute gone in here and updated this. I think I just wiped all my saves anyway, so I need to update this anyway. Okay, the Twitch drop. I'm sure a lot of people are very interested about the Twitch drops. You can click on this and what you need to do, you see the note down here at the bottom, it says that you need to go offline before going on to get these. So yeah, you're gonna turn these on, unplug your machine from the internet, go into the game offline, get your reward, save, get out, and then you can turn everything back on, all right? And that's how this account tab works. Milestones and reputation. I don't really mess with this too much. I don't think that, like, if you want to try to cheat Steam or something like that, I don't think this works. It won't do it. So I don't really know. You can play with that. There's nothing really that interests me. It's pretty much self-explanatory. Now, to the cool stuff. Discoveries. Now, all the stuff that you need to know, all your knowledge and everything like that, right? So you're going to come over here and you can pick and choose which one that you want by going to add technology, and you can see that they're here. I'm sure that I'm missing a bunch, but instead of me trying to nitpick which ones I want, unless you're trying to be a purist and go get that one thing that the game ripped you off of, I know people that do that, but if you're going to just get all of them and do the gusto, click on one and hit Control A. You're going to highlight them all and then hit add. Boom. You just added all the technology to your arsenal, okay? Now we can go over here and do the same thing over on this, add a product. So we can go into add product over here, click on one, Control A, it highlights all of them, and then we hit add. We just added them once. Now, all those word stones that you're going around learning, we could learn all the words here. I do want to caution on the words here that if you learn them all too quickly, I think it will stunt the game progress. I've heard people say that it won't progress anymore because one of your missions is learning the words. So if you haven't learned all, I don't know. There might be some reasons if you're trying to do the purest game run through, you might not want to just click learn all. All right. So that's just a precaution to you guys out there. And then the glyphs, we can just go ahead and mark all these. And here, it's a good time for me to do this as well because saves, and I don't have anything done on any of this. So if I was to go somewhere, well, I wouldn't be able to go anywhere. But now I am unlocked and ready to go. Bases and storage, pretty self-explanatory. Actually, let's jump over to exosuits. Let's get back over into some really cool stuff here. As you can see, this is my exosuit. I don't really have much going on here. We can see that I would like to open up these spots and get my exosuit all the way open up. You can right click on this and hit enable all slots and repair all slots. Kind of a really cool thing. Down here, there's also up in edit, recharge all technology, refill all stack, recharge all base planters, expand all inventories, enable all slots, and repair all. That cool. You can go into each one of these tabs and do that individually, but if you just want to just get it all over with and hit it all up and just, hey, I want everything right now, that's what you do. Okay, so you can see over my multi-tool, I have some grayed out spots. In my ship, I've got some grayed out spots. I can sit here and nitpick all day and do that, but that's not what I want to do. So I'm just going to go over here and I'm going to go expand all inventory, boom, and then I'm going to go enable all slots, boom, everything's done. Repair all slots and technology. Everything's working now. Great. All right, sweet. Now I am set over here in my exosuit. Now, at the very top of my exosuit, you can see that I am in cargo and not really much in here. So let's go ahead and right click on this, and down here we can see add item. Now, fun begins, right? Add whatever you want. You can type it in and hit search. Don't hit enter, I do believe. I think you want to actually click this, and right down below that you can see the type, and we got product and substance, and then basically you just have a file tree of everything that's in here. And well, I'm not going to go through all this. We could sit here for hours going through all this stuff, and well, this is where you can just have a fun time by yourself on adding things. So I click on something and I'll hit save, and then boom, I've got one right there. And now you can move everything around freely in this, which is very cool, very nice. So back up at the top, we're going to go into technology slots. So you can see that I probably need some jetpack stuff and things like that. And if you see here, if we right click now, we do have a couple more base we could use, like repairing the slots, supercharge all the slots. Very cool. We can add items. Technologies automatically, we can't cargo stuff, so it automatically takes us into the technology zone. Procedural suit, and then we can go into whatever procedural would A class movement stuff here. Boom, I'm looking good. Start gathering these all, blasting away. Cool, right? And that covers our cargo and technology slots right here. Over on the left-hand side, you can see that we have a health, our shield, our energy, our units, our nanites, and our quicksilver. Woo, woo, woo! Very big stuff right there, huh? All right, so let's go ahead and put in some numbers here. Let's can we put in now the save editor is not going to let you cheat the game. The game has its own limitations, so the save editor is going to correct you if you go above some number that's ridiculous. So if I push this in there and I click on something else, it's probably going to take it to the highest number. Shield, we don't know what the highest shield is. Let's see what it's going to put us. Take it to, is it going to be any higher than that? Takes you back to 100. Okay, so can't do anything about it. 99999. That's what I like to do. And then we can do that here, and we know that's the max. Do that here, it's the max, and we can do that here, and well, we know that's the max. 16, right? So bam, that's how we do. Now the rest of these tabs are almost going to follow suit of how this one works. So one works back the same as the other. So we hit multi-tool. Left-hand side is going to have some information. This is going to be our different multi-tools up here on the top. We got our name of the multi-tool, the type. We can change this one. So I got standard right here. If I want the NPC staff and I want to change it to an S class, boom, yeah. If there's one that you like and you can find the seed number, very cool. You can pretty much inject whatever ship that you want if you know the seed number here, or if you have a squid here. I'll show you later on. We'll talk about that in just a minute. And as well down here with damage and things like that, you can just punch in the highest number that you possibly can, and it's going to take you to your limit. We'll go ahead, punch these in, and we'll these in. Now our ship is pretty good to go. And you know, if we want to hit our technology, we can add and get this thing pretty set up. All right. Now back over to ships. Now you can see there's if I had more than one, it would be down here, and then I would just pick one. It would tell me the name of it. It would tell me the style of it. It's a fighter, whatever. Let's change this one up. I'm Starborn Runner. Let's grab. No, you're about to change a ship type. Yeah, sure. We're gonna change. I've never been in a Starborn yet, so let's go check that out. You know, health. Yeah, sure. Let's go down to here. Let's do the same thing that we've been doing. We can type in whatever numbers that we want, and it's gonna keep you within parameters. Crazy with it. Here, sorry, tones. I'm gonna have to turn all that off, and we'll just hit our numbers up down here, and then we'll finish up there. Boom, done. Okay, so now we got our ships in here, and this is say we want our squadron to be the same. And when we pull out our squadron, I was telling you guys about those seed numbers. Let's say we can copy this seed number right here, Control C it, and we can go over to our squadrons and start enabling these, and we get our ship seed here. Copy and paste the seeds over into here. For right now, I didn't copy and paste. Oh, there it is. And then hit here. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to enable them all, and they're all going to look exactly like my ship. I don't have no idea what that is, but later on, you know, I can figure this out. Squids and whatever I want. Going back over to my ship. Yeah, I think that was it over here. There's cargo and there's technology slots just like in your exosuit. And yeah, that's pretty much it here. You can go to your heart's content on adding stuff and doing whatever you want. Going back over to the squadron. This is pretty self-explanatory. I just told you like one of the coolest parts of this. You can change your NPCs, race, pilot rate too. Your freighter, I don't have a freighter right now, but it's going to be the same thing. It's going to have a cargo slot. The coolest thing on the freighter is going to the technology, enabling these warp drives allow you to go like infinite amount of warp distances. and that's kind of cool. Frigates, same thing. When you go into frigates, they're going to have some, you can change all the stats, change them to the Normandy, you can change living frigate, hostile, or a scientist, or whatever you want in this tab right here. Vehicles. Vehicles are a weird one. It doesn't matter where you enable the slot. They had their own like little pattern. You can't change them. So you're just gonna have to deal with some of them being grayed out, and there's just nothing you can do about that. They had their own technology and cargo slots, just like your exosuit and everything else. Come over here, you can pick which vehicle that you want to manipulate, and it gets really fun. You put these tires and all the cool booster stuff on your land vehicles, and all of a sudden they become a lot. And I tell you, that's fun. You just have to come in here and play around with this to your heart's content. Okay, companions. I still don't really. I kind of use this. They did a lot better by being able to change your biome and stuff like that. So this is kind of really cool, and being able to import them too as well. I have a folder somewhere where I have a whole bunch of pet save custom ones. So later on, I'll probably move those over to my folder, which I'll show you guys here in a minute. The backup folder. Beginning. So you can save things and export them, share them with your friends, import them into the game. It's very, very cool, right? So that pretty much covers everything in here. Going through the most important stuff first. We kind of went backwards through it, and all the tabs are pretty much work. Tell you what, if you make a stray mark in here, all you got to do is hit, hit close, and it's going to say save data before closing. And if you think that you made some kind of any kind of a boo-boo, just say no, and I'm going to say yes. I want everything changed. I'm going to go back in. So I do want to tell you about the, we're going to go back over to the folder here, and you can see the backup screenshots. There's usually a folder here that says ports, but I just don't have it in this one right here. Now I have this other folder on my desktop right here, and this is my other save editor right here. And you can see that I have some backups here. I've got a whole list of backups that go all the way back to 2019. Let's see where my backups go to. I've got backups from 9/8/2018 here. If I wanted to go back to this point in time, see what I was doing, I mean, it's not going to be very much, but I can if I want to. So this is a very cool thing to do with the save editor, is just go back time. If I wanted to save myself now, I could probably go choose one of those later files, my old files back. Okay. Now I also can go in here and take this ported folder right here and go ahead and dump this into my No Man's Sky folder over on the right hand side. And when I go back save editor now and go into import or export, it should look into that folder now. And so let's see if that happened. Go back into slot number 1 here, and let's go in Canyon import and see if there's nothing extra. Is there anything in that exported folder? Let's take a look. There's a fighter, a long nose, and a No Man's High ship. So let's go back into this my save editor here, which is the new one. All right, now that that's opened up, pick the slot 1 again here. I'll go choose the ship, and now we can see a starboard runner. Let's go ahead and import one here, and let's import No Man's High. And then did it not import it? All right, so it imported that, and there we go. So it goes with anything there. So once you start exporting, import, share these files with people, you can email them and everything else. It makes some sharing stuff really cool. You can share easily. And yeah, I feel like we should have like a big set of files that we share everywhere, but it's not really caught on yet. There's too much changing and things going on with the game as of yet. So yeah, there we go, guys. That pretty much covers all of these tabs down here and things that you can do within the save editor. Be careful with this stuff. Like I said, if there's anything that you can't really mess anything too much up, besides maybe going into the discoveries. And so last thing is, if you are interested into going into some Blender or going into the JSON file, right in here in the edit tab, you can see we've got the raw JSON. Go into here, files. We also have coordinate viewer, and this is going to enable you to be able to go off into a galaxy. And if you have your galactic addresses like that, you might there. You also get your galactic address that you're at right now. So you shot of this share want to. So that's not in mind. Let's go back into that edit tab, and let's go into this edit raw JSON right here, and I can show you
some really cool stuff in here. So in here, we've got the common state data. We're going to open this up and nope, it's right over in here into the base context, and you can see player state data right here. And from here, there's all kinds of different kind of stuff that you can do. Listen, jumping in and out of the JSON editor is also going to ask you if you want to save anything. Listen, you can't hit any raw streaks, any raw buttons and stray things. If you mess up in here, you need to not save. There's sometimes where I feel like my water bottle accidentally might have hit the keyboard, and I'll just back out. You know, like let's say if we go over here and this is your galactic address and I just hit a couple of stray marks, well, that might mess the whole game. That's going to mess up stuff. We can't have that, man. So if we go back out, would you? No, don't apply these changes. Let's not apply this. Go back into edit raw JSON. We'll go back into base context data. All right, pet. This is one of the first tabs that we see over here. And if we go in here, we can see that all of our pets, we can change this stuff. I'll show you guys how to change this player here. Yeah, there's just some things that you can, some information. There's some things that you can come in here and change, but for the most part, most of the UI and front editor does most of this for you. Then one of the coolest things is your bases down here. You can kind of see everyone's base. If you're visiting a hub, doing Blender, this is where you're going to find your, but not only just your base. If you're visiting other people's bases, well, this is where they're going to be at, and that's pretty cool. I do videos on that. You guys can check those out. Yeah, and then let's see, down here, we should see something about player character customization right here. If we just hit on this, scroll down to the bottom, and we can see custom data scale 1.0. This would be your player size, and we can change that, and yeah, you can change your scale, change your size. Kind of fun. That's if y'all see those videos of the huge people standing in the Nexus all oversized. That's how but it doesn't make things. Yeah, that's the JSON editor, and it's a little bit on the advanced side. Be careful in there. Don't mess around. Listen, this is a fun tool. I'm glad it's working. It's always being updated very quickly. It might get another update or two here in the next few days. This thing is pretty much stable the whole time. You update it the same way. Pretty much doesn't change. You could just do one video for this, but that's not how YouTube works. It wants me to make another video. Hey, at least I do good at these videos. I think so. And I usually keep them pretty quickly done. Yeah, there's a lot to go through. And yeah, the save editor is good. Have fun out there. Hit that like and subscribe, and I'll see you start.
Alright guys, I've got little Geck here with me today, and we are going to do some cool base tour here for you guys. Now this is something that I've kind of done already before, but now I have changed it and gone a little bit further with this idea. And this is, my purposes for doing this are to make other items. So there might be some things that you see in my builds that come, you would have no idea that they might come from a shape like this. So I do these experimental things, and my idea behind this is that long straight piece up the middle of this and like a spiral staircase that's really, really good. Now they've been done before, but not to a level of perfection like I'm about to do it. So anyway, this shape right here really helps me out. This is the Nautilus shape, so I wanted to get that good, you know, Fibonacci perfectness line going on there. And I've taken this equation here for the Nautilus shell, and I've taken one of the parts of the equations on the y-axis. You wouldn't be able to tell that now, but I've turned it up, turned that axis upright. And I've taken that axis and I've changed one of the numbers in the equation from a 1.5 to a 7, and it's elongated this shape straight up, or to an extreme out there. So I've taken the Nautilus shell and just stretched it out here. And I got a good result for that line, because I can't quite tell how it's going to act until I get back into the game. And now I'm just super, really pleased here. We'll go up the hollow shell of it here and just look at these lines. I mean, just seeing this and experiencing this in VR is beyond anything here, and I love doing these kind of things. Now I can't upload this. This is a little bit too big for that. I think it's at around 5,000 pink pill lights here. So yeah, we would have some issues trying to upload this, but I could slim this down and make it a little bit better. There's a lot of coagulation down there at the bottom, for lack of a better word. But there's a lot of squeeziness down there. I can slim this down. That centerpiece too, which is the part that I was kind of going after for the for some of my other ideas for the other bases. But yeah, you can see a little pop action going on there, which is understandable with the 5,000 pieces here, and it's a little bit over 5,000, I'm pretty sure. So little Geck's going to go on here, and we're going to get a little personal view of it as soon as he hits the hole. It's his first day, folks. Leave him alone. Little Geck has some trouble sometimes. All right, a little too steep to climb there, little Geck. You're going to have to use your jetpack. And he's going to fall to the floor because, you know, it's his first day, folks. Is he going to make it to the top? No, he falls. And we're just going to, it doesn't matter where you're at because you're going to get a cool view of this thing no matter where. So, it's probably better to fall through it. But I didn't make the gaps big enough for him not to fall through in the upper areas. Like I said, towards the bottom it gets a little more coagulated. And we got the nuisance sand winds. I've been meaning to take those off. I don't want them anymore. Look at those lines. Wow. So imagine I could see you guys probably thinking like, you know, would you guys, how you do your wire glitching and things like that. If you had this shape in the game and you could go off these little pill lights, you guys would go crazy. And that's exactly what I'm thinking, just on a way more grand scale here. I've got a basic outline of a shape that I could use that's in perfection with the Fibonacci scale. And that excites me, man. And I'm going to use this to my advantage on something. I don't know what yet, but I'm liking it. And I'm liking the fact that I've got a lot of parts in here and everything's rendering fairly decently, too. Little Geck is shooting for the stars here, and we've got us a nice little perch here, and you know I'm going into photo mode, folks. Oh yeah, those lines are just great. I could say it 1,000 times, and you know that's not my art. I didn't invent this. I just you can find these mathematical equations and figure out how to you know, if you're on PC, you have options, but I'm not going to get into that right now. Let's just appreciate some art. It's really cool. And I plan on doing a VR hub here. It's something that I've been wanting to do, but crossplay and servers have been kind of a nightmare, and I've been reluctant to kind of do it. I just reopened up my Muhawk Santo gardens. They've been around for a while. I never closed them down, but those are up. I usually don't share my bases, but some things like this are, you know, I would make this a lot different and maybe give it some animation parts, maybe change out some of the pill lights for other things. Yeah, it's the sky's the limit. I think I did a Klein bottle garden one time too, so that's a cool video. Something just like this too, but I put garden work into it. Today we were just kind of playing with shapes, playing with that equation, and seeing what I could do as far as manipulating a shape that I can use to my benefit later. And so, and if you guys are looking at it, you know, you guys can see it too, man. The possibilities are endless. The nice perfect shape that I got, I think I did well with what I wanted. So yeah, that's cool, man. Little Geck is doing it. Sky Masters is doing it here. Thank you for coming by and checking everything out and looking at these lines. They're really cool. And the mod in the background is a Woody Montana mod and Brit Free mod stack. GG Epic. All these really cool ones back there. So yeah, that's it, man. Very cool build. Thanks for stopping by. Remember to eat your peas and call your mom. And I'll see you on the next video. See you guys later.
Well, all right, guys, in this video today, you are going to learn how to play any version of No Man's Sky. All those older versions, the very first version, whatever version that you want to play, right after this. Well, all right, guys, I can think of a million different reasons why I would want to go back to a different version. Whatever your reasons may be, and maybe I can inspire you for other reasons too. Not just for nostalgic reasons, but I like to go and play just different versions of the game because I think the lore was kind of different at certain times. The mods were different at certain times. Some mods are not continued anymore, and you can go back and find those mods, find those dates, and then find that version of the game. Or you can actually just keep this version of the game. You know, there's so many different ways to kind of do this. So we're going to go in and explain to you guys how to do this, what you need to do, what the files are, where these are archived at on Steam, how you can archive those yourself, and how to move those things around. So here we go. All right, guys. So for opening up the console tab in your Steam client, there's several different ways of doing this. Here is a page instructions from the Steam community. There's several different ways of doing this. So you can see here it's Steam //open/console seems to be your command. You can type that into a command prompt by hitting Windows +R and typing that in. You can also type this into your browser. I'll put a link to this page right here for you guys down in the description. You can follow that to open up the Steam tab in your Steam client, which is going to make it, you see this tab right here at the very top. This is what you want right here, okay? This is where you are going to tell Steam to download these archived versions of the game, okay? So you don't actually need Steam to do this if you're already doing it yourself. I'm going to show you where these files are at. What Steam is actually archiving is the binaries and the game data files, okay? So each time that the game updates, these are the major changes right here. Everything else is kind of, you know, other stuff. I mean, these are the game files. So here is what you're going to replace by downloading new ones. Or say if I wanted to save this current version of the game itself right here, I am going to take these two files and put them into a folder called whatever today's date is. I think I like today's date is for Red Moss Euphoria mods. I love that mod. So I would probably make a version of this game with that mod and stick it in a folder, and I would call it Red Moss Euphoria 2002 August, November. And that's what I would do. And then I have this very current state of the game saved just the way I want it. Does that make sense? Okay. Now that's on your end, and that's what you do. These are in my PC banks, and now I'm going to show you where this folder is at. This is in my, wherever you have your game downloaded at, okay? So for me, this is going to get a little bit tricky when we talk about where Steam is downloading my files at later on, because they're actually downloading them into another Steam location on another drive, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. These are the files. You save them, you put them somewhere. They're kind of big. They can. The first one is like 2 gigabytes if you want the first version, and later on versions are around 12 gigabytes. So each version that you save of the game is going to cost you that much space, and it's really nice to have on an SSD because boom, you can change versions of the game instantly. So this is kind of fun, guys. All right, so let's get into it. See that we've opened up our console, and I have the link in the description for how to do this. All right, we've already been past that, and we're going to move past this for a minute, and we're going to talk about where we go to find these files at. All right, guys, that brings us to this web page. It is steamdb.info. The link will be down in the description, okay? And then here at the very top of this, we want to search for No Man's Sky. Go ahead and type that in. It should start popping up. Here we go. We're going to go ahead and click on this. Now, grab yourself a pen and a pad. Okay, what you're going to want to do is write down this ID number. It's 275850. And my pen does 75850. Okay. All right, guys. So you wrote down that app ID 257850, and that's just going to be the ID for No Man's Sky. This is never going to change. So if you want to go back and change things, you're just going to use this same formula to set up everything. Okay, down here by depots, if you don't see it, go ahead and click depots. And then after you click that, over here on the right underneath this depot section here, you'll see No Man's Sky content. Go ahead and hit this right here. Now, right up at the very top, you can see the depot ID number is very close to the No Man's Sky ID number, and that's 275851. Write that number down too. This is never going to really change, so don't worry about that. Save those two numbers that I just told you to write down, and let's keep on moving on. Now you're in the depot section. We're going to go down here to manifest. Now, here is all the versions of the game. And I think you need to be signed into your Steam. If you're not signed in, you should be signed in so you can see all the versions. Now, this blue number right here would be the last number that you would write into the equation for getting whatever you want. So with these three numbers, you can tell Steam where to go look to find the version of your game, if that makes sense, okay? So let's go back, and let's say we want to download the very first version of the game, which I just did play. I thought this was very enjoyable. I had never played the very first version. I thought it was going to be super buggy because I watched some people play it, and they just badmouth. Well, I didn't play it. They just kind of opened it up and badmouthed it and shut it off. And I was like, well, I think I'm going to play it and get off the first planet. I had a great time, and I thought that version of the game was wonderful. So what we're going to do is write this number down too as well. So you can go ahead and copy this one. And I'm going to show you what to type in into the the console over on Steam. Okay. So now we are in our Steam client, and you can see that we have the console here. What you're going to type in down at the bottom here is download underscore depot space, and then the number for the No Man's Sky ID, which was 275850. Now we put another space in there, okay, and then we're gonna put the depot ID, which was 275851. Now we put another space there. Now this is the formula that you would use each time that you want to get a different version of the game. The only thing that's going to change is this last long number from the manifest. Okay, so now whatever version I put in here now, whatever numbers I copy next and throw into that the console tab down there is what is going to get downloaded. So if I go ahead and copy this and I go back over into my console, and that's the last thing I write down in there, and then I hit enter, well, it's going to download that into a certain section, okay? Now, I already have this downloaded, and for me, it downloaded into a different folder because I have two different versions of the game, but it should be in very close to where your PC Banks folder is at. It's going to tell you here at the very end where it downloaded these files at. Now, it didn't replace the files, so if you went into the game right now, it's not done. It hasn't done anything, but it has downloaded a archived version for you to move over at your will. And where it downloaded it is right here. So after it gets done downloading it, it's going to say it downloaded it to your wherever your drive is at. And then you can go find those files, and then you can rename them whatever version it is. Okay, let's go check those out right now. All right, guys, this might be where it gets a little bit confusing for some people because I have two different versions of Steam with two different versions of the game. So when I downloaded this, it downloaded it to my SSD on D drive, but my file folder is on H drive, okay?
So it doesn't really matter, but your file folder should be on whatever you've installed the game at. For some reason, this was a little bit tricky for me too. I was like, I didn't quite understand it, but I caught it very quickly because it tells you where it put it. And then you're like, okay, well, that's not my game data file because I have that shortcut on my desktop and it's an H drive. So most people aren't going to have this problem, but if you have multiple versions of the game, you might come into this. Okay. So it downloaded it to this, for me, it downloaded to my programs overflow on my large SSD in my Steam apps, content, and app. And then you can see that I have a couple different versions here. I have the current No Man's Sky, I have No Man's Sky Day 1, and I have No Man's Sky Euphoria. So this is where it has downloaded for me, but that's not where that I want it. Where you're going to want it is wherever you've downloaded it, and it usually puts these folders right past where the installation would be. So if I backed up one time on this, twice here, I would go back out and I would see this. I would probably want to go into common, and then I would see No Man's Sky, and then we see binaries and game data. We want to replace these right here. So, but you want to get organized, okay? So as I go back here, I'm going to go back into content, and we can see the app ID. This is where Steam just downloaded everything. I've renamed everything. These would be called Depot something with a number. So I've renamed these No Man's Sky Euphoria, No Man's Sky Day Number 1, and then No Man's Sky Current. And then I have different folders with these, No Man's Sky Next or No Man's Sky whatever. And then I'll go and find the mods corresponding to that date and time, and then put those in that folder too as well. So whenever I want to play No Man's Sky Day Number 1, I go over to my PC, I open up my PC banks, I back up here to game datas and binaries. I'll go into No Man's Sky Day Number 1, take this, and replace these files. Maybe go over here and back up these, get rid of them, and then replace these ones over. And whenever you want to go back, all you got to do is just switch. Now, the only other thing that you need to do is tell Steam to instruct No Man's Sky not to update while you're playing. And to go and do that, let's just go into here, go to No Man's Sky, go into properties, I do believe, and then keep game saved in the Steam cloud for No Man's Sky. No, unclick that. And then for updates, you don't never allow background downloads and only update the game when I launch. So No Man's Sky thinks it's all cool and ready to go, and then you just hit play, and you're going to be playing the first version of No Man's Sky. And it's pretty easy to do, and it's pretty easy to archive things and to go find your favorite mods, or to save and preserve the game that you're playing right now in its very current state with whatever you have on. You just move those files over and name them to something, and you have them archived. And that is it, my friends. It's that simple. I mean, I'm sure there's some things that you can mess up, but I think at this point here now, if you're this far, you should have everything backed up, or you just don't really care about losing anything. So, go back and enjoy whatever you've got. I've never lost anything. I've never had any problems. I don't think that this is super complicated. Just be a little bit diligent. Look at your files. Double check anything. Don't hit enter if you're not sure. Abort the mission if anything goes stray, if you hit a stray mark or anything like that. And just be careful. Other than that, enjoy the knowledge of having every single game version at your fingertips for whatever reason it may be that you're looking for. So hit that like and subscribe, and I'll see you on that next video. Call somebody and tell them that you love them.
All right, Sky Masters, we got a pretty cool tutorial, I guess, today for advanced Blender building techniques in using No Man's Sky add-on plugin for Blender. Sorry, I had to get that out correctly because I get a lot of people that come over and start talking. Well, I'll get a Blender guru coming over and put me in my place, telling me that I don't know how to use Blender, which is, he's right. But I do know how to use Blender with the No Man's Sky application probably fairly well. But I bet if I was a Blender guru, and I would know some other techniques that would really help out. I am sure of it. I don't know the Blender plugin or the Blender program itself. I am not a master at. Just using the No Man's Sky plugin. And I'm sure there's some techniques that would really rock it off. And that's one of them is I'm going to show you now. And I found this out by accident. Well, one was by Ash Factor showing us how to do instancing within Blender, which was really cool. And then, so I found that, but then I found out that most of the things that I wanted to instance were just way too damn big. So then I started scouring around and I found some modifiers and things like that. And then I was like, okay, so that opened a world of where I could actually get these models into the game and be translatable. You know, if they have too many faces, then you can't put 120,000 pieces into a game. It just doesn't happen. So, and then rendering all this stuff takes a pretty decent amount of CPU power. So I think having a powerful PC and having SSDs and being just optimized for the situation just really helped me out. So maybe I can pass on the knowledge to you. You're going to get varied results with different hardware. So just keep that in mind, and we're going to dive right into this. So let's minimize the screen over here and stop looking at that face. And I don't know where to put me at. Let's put me over here, I guess. I don't know, because there's some stuff on the bottom right hand screen I want to show you. So I'm not going to open up, well, we will open up. Let's open up a project file because I want to do this correctly for you. So I will go into the save editor here and we will do this correctly, like we're going to do it properly. I think the thumbs down is already in one of these, so maybe I can pick another slot. Maybe we can put it in normal, I guess. No, we're just gonna go in creative. There's one already there, but I didn't want to do it with you guys. If you haven't used the save editor or you haven't used Blender, go back and use some of my watch some of the other videos in the Blender building playlist. Okay, I suggest going back and watching that, or going back and starting with Charlie Banks's videos on the plugin add-on site on the nexus.com where the mods are at. So go and check that out first. Do not skip ahead or you're going to be at all overwhelmed. This is something that you just can't just learn it really quickly. I think you can get the basics down if you watch the videos, but I think if you do it in order, in an imprudent way, and take your time and be like, hey, it's going to be like a week-long course. This is something I really want to do. I want to build that's what I did. I seen an Ash Factor build. He did the Enterprise, and I said, I want to know how to do that. How did he do that? I'm not going to stop until I figure out how to do it better. And I feel like I did one better than him. Ash Factor, I love you. He's a way better build than me. But I did kill your Enterprise. I killed it. I love that guy. I'm not even in competition with him at all, dude. Not at all. All right, but we're going to take some of his ideas and then some of other techniques, and we're going to add them into here. So let's go get a project file. Everybody should be comfortable with what we're doing right now. I'm just doing this. I don't even need to do this to show you what I'm doing, because I use Blender a lot to play around with files, and then I'll save it as a preset, and then I'll come in and get a No Man's Sky file, and I'll import that preset in the file. So you don't really need one of these, but I'm doing it proper for everybody in the video universe so you can see how I'm doing it properly. All right, so we're just going to grab this last one. I'm pretty sure that's the build that I had already, and we're going to copy that and take this over into the Blender universe. Ew. Now, you could be using the old Blender or the new Blender. I have both versions. I use them both. There's some tools that haven't been converted to the new Blender that are really cool. There's like a maze thing that just like an auto maze, and you get really weird results, especially when you put the pieces from. It's just really odd. Like it's happy accident territory anyway. So we're. You can see that I have this here. Let's go ahead and delete this. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys how to get this in there. We're gonna delete everything. Come on, meow. There she goes. She's all out. One light is in the bottom. Okay, let's take that light out too. Let's highlight that and get it out of there. We should just have our base flag, and that's all we want. Let's go ahead and highlight that. It didn't really matter. Okay, so we are going to import this file. This file is, the link is in the description. So I will stop right now, or you can pause the video, go get the small little file really quickly, and then come back here. Okay, cool, you're back. All right, so we're ready. That file should be on your desktop. So let's go find it and get it into our game file in Blender. So let's go up to File and go to Import. Now the file is in a OBJ wavefront format, so let's go and look for that. You can see it right here, the wavefront OBJ. Click on that. Now over here on the left hand side, mine is set at Documents. I want it to look at my desktop because that's where I have it. But if you have it in Downloads, let's point the program to where to find it at the location that you have put the file at. It's probably going to be, I don't even think I'm going to have it zipped, but if it's zipped, unzip it, of course, put it on your desktop. That's what I would do. And then you can see I've clicked on my desktop, I'm going down, and I have that thumbs up OBJ file all the way at the bottom because everything else is just file folders, and it's looking for a specific OBJ file anyway. It's only going to show up those file formats. So it's on the very bottom. It's pretty easy to find. Let's go ahead and click on that and then hit this little tab right here. It says Import OBJ.
Bam! Look at that. It's so cool. Wow. It's already in the thumbs down position. It's not even in the thumbs up position. That's pretty crazy.
I thought it came up in the thumbs up position, but it's in the thumbs down position already. So I want to show you something right now. And if you've watched my other videos, this is a secret sauce that I think is very important. And if you haven't watched them, you should go back. I tell you, don't rush these things. Go back and watch the Charlie videos first as you're downloading this tool, and then get a little comfortable. Get your feet wet. Go mess a few things up. Then come back. Make a new save, experimental save, and play around for a little bit and get used to it, and then go watch the basics video that I have, and then come back to here, and I think you'll be super comfortable and ready to really rock the world. I mean, I'm almost tired and done with doing this, so I'm gonna give out my secret sauces because I've kind of fizzled, and I'm not really finding things interesting anymore. So I want to see what you guys are doing out there, and maybe I can help somebody fulfill their fantasies within No Man's Sky like I did. And using this tool really opens up everything. So, all right, so the secret sauce that I wanted to tell you about is this at the very bottom of the screen. So some people don't have this information down here. You can see on the bottom right, you should be able to see that over there. Yeah, you can. It says Scene Collection, Base Flag, Vertices, Faces, tries, I don't know what exactly that is, and then objects. So obviously there's some really key information. Object would be very key information for you right off the point. So let me show you how to get this first, and then let's talk about the things that are there. So if you're touching this bottom panel down here, do a right click and click on Scene Statistics. Scene Statistics. Let's get that out there correctly. All right, no editing. That's gonna stay in. Okay, so we're gonna click that on, and now we can see this information. And this is important to tell you a lot of information down here, because the complexity is, your objects are definitely have something to do with the game. So you know that you can't upload anything past 3,000 objects. So that piece of information that's right here is already very crucial to you. You know how many things are in the game. This is if you want to upload.
See, sometimes you might not, I don't really care about uploads. I just want to check out some piece of artwork and be able to enjoy some VR crazy things. As you can see, you can build whatever you want and duplicate things and replace objects. I'll show you how to do all that. And yeah, I'm going to help you build your fantasy within No Man's Sky, because I did it for a long time and it was really, really cool. So now that you have this information down here, there's some other things that you can look at down here that are really going to help you out. The vertices and the faces. So faces are going to tell you how many a face is a connected, a whole connected face. You know, like a triangle would be your smallest face that you could have, because you have to have a connecting point. You can't connect 2 lines. You gotta have 3. So that would be your face, and whatever connect points would be a face. So that's how many faces you have, and that's probably the most important number that you can see right now. And faces and vertices will be sort of, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I've got that wrong, but I can tell you that the faces are going to translate with how many pieces get put over when we replace them. Man, I'm kind of being terrible at explaining this, but it's maybe I should just shut up and move on. But you have to watch these numbers. This number is going to correlate to how many pieces go into the game. I can tell you that. The rest of it might be a little bit over my head, and I'm not explaining it correctly to you, and I don't know it well enough to actually teach it. Like I said, I don't know Blender super well, so this is terminology that's a little bit beyond my reach of being able to explain it. I can look at it and I kind of know what's going on, but I don't think I can explain it. But I can tell you the importance of these numbers down here. Objects are obviously, and then the faces are something that I know that almost translate into how many pieces exactly. So those are the 2 numbers that we are going to focus on, and those are the reasons why we're focusing on them. The rest of it can be, you know, up for interpretation by somebody smarter than me on the topic. Okay, so we are going to pull this up and get it in position over our base. And we already talked about how there's too many faces. That's 36 faces on here. So I guess if you zoomed in and you looked at the mesh, which it's so tight right now we're not even seeing it, that you would, well, I guess we can hit the tab button, right? Tab shows you the mesh. So sometimes so here's the mesh, and that would be faces. So there's 36,000 of these all over the place, and you can see that as we get in here tight, we can see that it's complicated, and we need to uncomplicate this before we can even use this, because 36,000 pieces is way too much. So let's get ourselves under control here. We have it in position, we have it where we want it, and over here on the right hand side, I do believe if you, whatever you, it might be somewhere else, because everybody has a Blender kind of set up differently. It comes, I like mine set up like this. I'm not going to go through my setup process. I do believe that I do that in another video. Go check those videos out. Like I said, you might be lost with certain techniques that are just key little elements to get this far. So go back and check those out. All right, so wherever you have your stuff set up at, over here on the right hand side, you should see a little toolbox. And in this little toolbox, you see modifiers, and that's what we want to do. I'm sure there's probably other ways to get there too. I'd imagine there is. Let's get out of this that view there, and let's add a modifier called decimate. Okay, you can see it right there, and we're going to add that in, and we are going to decimate the faces and the complexity of how this model and mesh is built. I guess we can go back into mesh and look at it while we're doing it, right? Yeah, we can. Okay, that'd be interesting. Let's shift this up and look at, I guess, get a good look at these knuckles in here. Okay, so let's look at over here. So I can, this is something I can't explain again. I just know that I've played around with this and how I get my results and which numbers that I'm watching. And you can see over on the right hand side, underneath this decimate tool, we have some options, and collapse, unsubdivide, planar, ratios, symmetries, triangulate. I'm sure there's a Blender guru in here that would
Really pick this apart and really go really crazy about it.
I wish I knew.
I really did, but I can tell you I could still get what the results I know with what the numbers that I'm looking at. And the one that I like in here is called unsubdivide. So I usually come in here and click on it, and I can see the face count right here. And I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to start clicking over to the right. No, and the iterations are not going down. That's weird. Collapse planar, angle limit. Is there like an accept button? Sorry, my microphone stands kind of in the way here. That number's supposed to be going down, and I don't know why it's not. Is it because I'm in that mode here? Okay, so it is. Okay, so I was looking at it. We can't be in the mesh mode. And so I went over into, I'm in collapse, and just go by switching over to unsubdivide, we've taken the face count down to 17,000. So let's watch this number as I click the iterations up. So we've gone to 2, now we're at 10,000. We could probably put 10,000 spheres into the game and have it render if you wanted like to really detailed, really big and detailed. You could do it that way, but we're not doing that. We just want to. I want something small and simple. So I'm gonna keep on taking the iterations up. Take it up again. I think this is the last one you can do. Oh, 45,000, 43, 42. Let's keep on going. Now you usually get to a point where it just stops, and you can just keep on going. And it's almost ridiculous. But let's say, I mean, this is renderable if you have a decent PC. I think it's even on anything it would render, but you just can't upload it, depending on the part. We can get, we should be able to get this in lights. So now we need to take this mesh and convert it over to something that we can use, or we need to duplicate it, or how are we going to take this and put it in the game? We need to convert this over to parts. So let's go grab a part that we can use. Now, I think I get a lot of really good results off of weird models by using the cylinder, because there is no orientation. It's got it's a ball. It's the same thing on every side. It's the most fluid piece that you could use in this situation, and it's pretty basic. That and a pyramid, I think I've put the most part I've put in the game. I do like a test on the game builds when they come out. I use the pyramids as the piece that I've always used since the beginning, and I know that piece has gone down. I used to be able to put like 15,000, maybe 15, a little over than that. It's kind of hard to tell, but you can put like I'll put 20,000 in the game, and I'll look at my build in there, and I'll go like, okay, so 30% is not showing up roughly, or some kind of number like that, and that's how I get my estimate of what the game has done. And it's gone downhill. So I suggest using maybe some of those, but right now I'm actually going for lights. So I'm just going to type in light right there, and I'm just going to grab a blue one. And that should add it right down there at the base computer. Let's take the base computer out. Let's just take the eyeball off, so we're not messing with it. And so that light, that's actually probably a decent size. We'll just keep it at a regular size. I'm not really blowing this up too big, or I guess we could. Let's take the thumb, take the thumb up. Oh, device setup. Let's get this. What? Let's dismiss that. Let's dismiss that. I don't know what that is. All right, so we got this thing huge now. Let's tap on that light. Let's blow that light up a little bit. Okay, so now we have that light selected. Let's hit shift, and let's tap on the hand there, and let's go Control P and click object. Okay, so now we've set the parent, so whatever happens here, it happens there, or it's going to mimic the mesh faces. I'll show you, and this is where the faces come in, the face count comes in an importance play here. So you see that our faces are at that 4,500 there, 4522 to be exact. So now that we've set it to parent, we're going to go back over here to this little tab where we use the decimate tool, but we're not using the decimate tool. We're going to go right above the decimate tool over here to this little box that has it says object properties right here.
and just click on that. Now we're going to scroll down, and you see a little tab here that says instancing. Open up that instancing. Now you can play with different types of styles in here too. This is another thing where you just kind of come in here and play around and see what kind of things that you get. So for right now, we're just going to go right in. I'm going to click vertices. Boom. You can see that I've already got like a. You can see that it's there. I think we can go to face, or let's see, align. No, that usually goes crazy unless you have the balls, the spheres on. We can go to faces and it's going to get tiny, and then we can go to scale, and then we can take the scale up. But we can also do that within, oh, it already kind of weird scaled them anyway. They were already off. Look at that, that's kind of odd. Go back to vertices. I don't like that. I think I decimated it too much. And I'm not getting the results that I really want here. So let's go back. That's okay. We got our light still down there. And let's go ahead and just click on this object here. And we're going to go back into my unsubdivide and come back to reality on this 53 here. And let's try this out. So let's click on the light here and let's redo this whole thing. Click on the light, shift, click on this, hit the Control P, hit object. Now let's go back over here to our tool and go into vertices. Now that looks a lot better. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to see. And that's how the other model was. I just knew I decimated it too much when I looked at it. And I thought maybe I could prove a point by taking it and getting it slimmer. And this is what I'm talking about when you need to do some experimenting. And you know, this is not uploadable, but this will show up within your game. Okay. Now all we have here is these little ghosts. These aren't really in there. If you look over on the right hand side up in this top plane, we don't have any pieces. There's nothing to export over here. There's nothing there. So we need to make these ghost pieces over here that we've created real and in the game. So what we're going to do is down here at the bottom, or it could be at the top, no matter, depending on where your layout is at. I notice I see some people using Blender, and this is at the top. So it is object, apply, make instances real. All right, once you click that, you'll see over here in this top right hand corner, or wherever your part count is at, that you have a bunch of wall lights here, and there they are, boom, and they're real. Why you have everything highlighted, you might as well just take this and pull it up. You're almost where the other one is at. You could stick it right in its place if you want. And then we could just touch the other thing and delete it. Nope, I just touched a light. Let's touch that. All right. One light's not going to kill the model here. All right, so we have our thumbs down in place. And now we just need to export this. All right, and there you have it. So there's the how to import a model and be able to manage it, and what numbers that you need to look at, and then how to manipulate those numbers to actually get this model in the game. Now this is a very basic model, and it was very easy to get this model down to 5,000. Some you can't get there. So the Statue of Liberty, I had to do the whole Statue of Liberty. It took like 15 minutes for it to render and put all those pieces in there, and then I had to highlight the pieces that I wanted to delete. And then, you know, you don't just delete pieces in Blender. They got to like unmathematize itself. I'd have no idea, but it took a while. It has to render it or under render it. I have no idea. There's a lot of terminology there I don't really quite know, but that's how I get these things in there, and how I slim them down. Now you can't slim down everything like I just said, but you could still render it and then delete it and it's a you know, it's a labor of love and maybe sometimes waiting. So, you know, you go cook some dinner, or you got a project. That's what I like to do, or you know, whatever you got to do. Go do some laundry, hit the buttons, or while you're walking back and forth. So that's it, man. This is the elusive thumbs down button for YouTube and for all of the rest of the social media platforms that are stifling freedom of speech. So, yeah, I think that's a cool technique to use, and this is very powerful. And I think you can see that you can use this with a lot of different ideas that you have and techniques, and mix them together. Next up, we're going to show you how to add some mathematical equations within the game, and I'll show you that on the next video. Hit that thumbs down and don't subscribe. I'll see you on the next video. All right, you sky punks. I'll be honest with you, I don't know what quite to call this, but I'll just tell you how I made it. I've got some modded parts in here. They are some weird little mushroom ball sphere thingies that look really, really cool. And what I have done is laid them out in a circular floor plan, and then duplicated that, stacked one on top of another, and then went into the Blender function and converted to sphere. I was happy with the way that looked, and I decided to add a little pizzazz on the bottom because that's my style. So I went in with some signal boosters, and I have one straight up, and then I have them angled off in exactly 18 degrees, which gives us this, whatever we want to call this. Use your imagination. Some kind of molecular power machine that pulls out energy out of the air like some kind of avatar tree with the lost souls of all the Gek first spawn, or I don't know, insert any kind of cool lore story in there, because it seems like that's what you're able to do these days. I mean, that's what Hello Games does anyway. Ah, look at that picture. These things are just super cool looking, man. Look at those things. Super awesome, man. Very cool. Let's go walk over there real quick. I don't know why I chose 18. I probably should have went a little bit wider on that. Oops. Oops. He fell. He fell down. Those things are so purty. Look at those things. Well, I tell you what, you get into some stuff like this and look at it in VR, and it becomes amazing. Like, you don't even feel like you're part of this world anymore. I highly suggest getting a PC for this game and getting into at least some light blendering and going in VR and checking this stuff out. I'll see you guys on the next video.
Why, hello, Sky Masters. It's Little Peter here, and I just want to say hi to you all and welcome to the channel. And I just tell you what, here at Sky Master Studios, it's just such a wonderful environment, and I just want to tell you guys a little bit about us here at this channel. You can look at our content and find our playlist, and you can look for No Man's Sky TV. It's probably what you came here for, because that's where Little Peter hangs out. I have a show called Cooking with Little Peter. Very funny. We go through a lot of the nutrient processors recipes for you guys, and we add a little Peter's flair to that too, you know. So that's really cool. We do a lot of No Man's Sky themed parody songs and remixes, so you guys can check those out under original songs. They will also be under No Man's Sky TV as well. So Little Peter just wanted to really welcome you guys here. I've been really enjoying my my affiliate program here at the No Man's Sky Studios, and I just wanted to give a good welcome video from the inside of Peter to the inside of you. I want to say welcome to the channel, okay, guys? And just check out those playlists and just enjoy yourselves, okay? And I want to tell you right now, one of the artists that just came through that really blew my mind away, that has such a great message and really introduced me to some of that nip was the Four Non-Gex. And here's a little clip of their new song. Be sure to go through the channel and find this channel. I'll probably put the link in the description, as well as all the playlists that I just talked about. So I love you guys, and I'll see you later. Little Peter out.
I wake in the morning and I smoke some nut. I wake in the morning and I smoke some nut. I wake in the morning and I smoke some nut. I wake in the morning and I smoke some nut. Oh, I wake in the morning and I smoke some nut. I wake in the morning and I smoke some nut. I wake in the morning and I smoke some nut. I wake in the morning and I smoke some nut. And then I look down at Earth and I say, what the heck is going on down there, guys?
I don't understand why I can't get the other camera to work. Let me get the microphone up a little bit better so you can at least hear me properly. My face doesn't really matter, really. We could just turn that off. But I'll tell you what, people like it, I guess. It makes it more intimate, I guess. And you guys want to be real intimate with me, I know. So, well, I tell you what, we are rocking around the Christmas tree. I hope you get some nip. Walk with me through this cave, and we're gonna take a trip. Rocking around this Christmas tree. I think somebody's been hitting the nip a little bit too much this morning. Hey, we got this crazy frozen tundra here with all this green and frozen stuff. So I was like, man, you know what? I think this would be kind of cool to throw down the old Christmas tree. What the hell is that thing at? Oh, look at the spirals going up the middle of it. It's just disappeared. It is so wonkered out. Look at all this garbage up there. Okay, let's get back over there. All right, I was going to make a dramatic entrance, but that is not going to happen because, well, we've got the game super maxed out, and then it's in 4K, and we got Normandies all hanging out over here, just teasing everyone. Let's see if we can get a nice little photo here for the folks back home. They're never going to believe this. All right, here we go. Let's Normandy this. This is my Christmas card for the folks back home. I mean, we visited the country's world. Oh, you know, if you ever driven across country in America, anyway, you know that almost every state has the world's largest something. I don't know, twine ball or I don't know. I've seen them all, man. I've been across country here quite a few times, and it's just funny, I think, to me. So yeah, we got the world's largest Christmas tree. It's a postcard. It's in Azerbaijan. Must be the sign-in station over here, huh? All right, how do you get in this place? I see some golden
Diplos down there. Must be my signal. It's almost like I know the guy who built this.
Real punk. Guy's not cool at all. Mean. Super mean. Sky Masters or whatever the hell his name is. I don't know. Some nerd. Alright. I want to just say, this is an old build. So, I mean, as amazing as it is, it's definitely, you're going to look at it now and go, hold up, man. Aren't you better than this? No. No, but it's really good. I can do it a lot better, for sure. And it was decorated by UTech, but I think this is not the decorated version. I had it slimmed down so I could probably add the stuff upstairs. But as you've seen from the outside, my Fibonacci spiral staircase that goes inwards, you can definitely see where that was inspired now. From some of that math XYZ geometry. It could be done a lot better with different pieces. This is pretty lazy. I'm a little sad. Yeah, we got some of those modded lights beaming out outside. We can kind of see them focusing in on us right here, right now. Let's see if we can get a look at that over there. Cool, just the light beams going through everything. I like that they do that. So you can work to that to your advantage. This needs to be redone. Look at the garbage. It is straight up garbage. I'm highlighting my own garbage build right now. It's still amazing. I just think it's lazy garbage in my on my standards here. It's old. It was for a competition and we rushed it out, and I had UTech come in here and he decorated the inside, which really helped out on the tour, because if the tour would have looked like this, which is kind of boring, it's like, oh, a spiral staircase, oh, okay, big star and all this crazy stuff. The outside, well, it's still nice, but the run up is kind of boring. Hey, let me mind you, this is this is before the teleporters came in. I mean, we were begging for teleporters forever, so one of the biggest pivotal points of the game.
Because then we ended up with stairs like this.
And what the hell is going on here? Alright. I tell you what, speaking of Nip Nip, man, look at those damn Nip Nip trees out there. Absolutely beautiful.
It's so green.
It needs a lot of red. Let's try and throw some red in there. Alright, what the hell do we have up there? How do we get up there? We got a lot of stuff going on up here. Alright, so this is Bizarro's capital build. We'll have to get into it. It's up, this piece right there is, anyway. The Christmas tree is obviously mine, because disordered, chaotic build is my specialty. So yeah. Yeah, that needs to go. That's probably hurting the build right there. But that's a cool entrance. I think that's a dope-ass photo. Let's go ahead and pull this back out. Now that's a really, that'll be the cinematic reveal shot right here for the video. Now, just absolutely wicked. Let's walk in here and look at this thing. Now, as soon as I step onto this platform right here, this is not my build. This is Bizarro's. Absolutely fantastic. Let's we gotta get a shot of that right there. Yeah, there you go. You can actually get it some justice here on this piece. Just drop the sun down. Let's center that up a little bit. Gosh, I mean, with the wall being there, am I going to even be able to kick it back a little bit? Alright, there we go. And that is the shot, if you've ever seen the shot, I guess. I mean, does it get any better with contrast of any other sorts? As dark as you can. Guess so. Now, I bet you it'd probably look a lot better if we turn the light switch off and make it red. Right? Isn't that what happens? Let's get a shot of that here real quick here. Chking. What is it? There it is. Chink. I was waiting for my chink. Alright, pretty neat, huh? That's pretty cool. I think so. We learned a lot from this. I won't get into explaining exactly. Well, I mean, she's really good with placing things, but I would say that this was, I don't know, really good at, I don't know if it's an import or they just really just replaced the points on the other model that they had built, which was, it's a possibility that it's hand built. I mean, it's not super complicated or anything, but it's precise, and it definitely took some knowledge and some skills for certain. And it's just wicked to look at, man. Right? Stunning and beautiful. No, I don't know what happened to Bizarro. They seem to just kind of, well, I mean, I fell off too, and I've changed my name, and I get it. So, I was going to say, I don't know what happened to them or why, but I know why. Let's take a flight out here. Christmas tree, star, Bizarro, build, crazy tour, 4K. Can't hit that 60 because my machine ain't built for 4K at 60. But, you know, it's not a really competitive game, so I think it's just fine. And a lot of my shots I want to slow down anyway, and I feel like this almost like it's almost like forces you to do like camera stabilization yourself as I'm playing. I mean, I'm more conscious of it a little bit. You know, I damn sure wouldn't complain until I was gaming, not trying to shoot somebody. But gorgeous, you know. Just playing around with some build stuff. I don't even know where my count is at. It's got to be up there because the game is definitely struggling. We're super modded too as well, so I mean, let's just slam everything at this thing and put it in 4K, right? On a machine that's not really supposed to do this at 4K? I don't think so. I don't know. It's handling it pretty fine. I think it's a beast, but I optimize my system fairly well. And I think that's a key element. Alright.
These guys are sexy over here. Let's go to the picture.
Is it on this one that I was at? It's on the very tip. Let's play just the tip over here real quick. And get one more photo to end the whole shoot here. Oh, there we go. And I knew that was going to happen. That's really cool that that's there. All right. Okay, so I was right. There's a mod for ships, and it has a summoner and a ship file. And for some reason, I thought both files needed to be in there, but you just need the ship summoner, it looks like. So, a little key for anybody that's using the mod stack out there with the ship summoners. Summoners. Alright, we'll do some flybys here. Let's get the tree out of the way. Who cares about the tree? I mean, the Normandy would just make like a nice regular ship. Let's make it down. Let's shrink that guy down and drive it around. Alright. So since we got these ships going, let's go take a look at them real quick. This video will be all over the place. Like, it's way too much stuff crammed into one video, man. It's like 3 different builds and a whole bunch of ships and 11 different mods with 33 different special ships. It's too much for us, man. You're gonna blow our heads off. We gotta thumbs down this video, man. This is blasphemy. Alright, let's go back into my menu here. So we got the golden vector. It's always number 1. The TIE silencer. Serenity. Batwing. Police. Razor Crest. Gaseous. That's part of the. That's recycled. Recycled graphics from the game. A lot of it is. The modders seem to use that. It'd be easy that and the game already has it. Corrupted drones, droid TIE fighter, Droid TIE Fighter. Okay. Jedi Starfighter. What's that look like? Okay, where do I... He's just throwing his hands up. But I can't... I was wondering why they wasn't popping up. Milano. Alright, well that's working. Alright, well there must be some, because of the menus or something. Probably something with the parts mod. Because it goes in the same folder, and I would imagine that there's some kind of mix-up going on, and if we want to see them, then we want it's one or the other on that. I would imagine. I can probably, you know, take those off and on and confirm that here. All right, now that I've gone off on that own little tangent, we're not going to look at ships because I'm not understanding what's going on there, but I would imagine it has something to do with conflicts in the mods. So it's a game of take off and put back on and see what happens there. Look at the spiral staircase going up.
Weather warning.
Incoming storm. Time to get out of there. Hey, we're gonna go check out some worlds. Let's go check out some worlds. Get a few in there. I wish I had the boat. I don't think I have boaties on. No waterlock. Check that out. It's close. Yeah, and if just for those wondering, they're mostly mods by Woody Montana and then Brit Free. So, if you're interested and you're on PC and you're ready to take the game to a whole new level, I suggest going over to the Nexus mod site and checking out those two guys. Well, if you've never modded before, I'd go get Red Mosses all in one first. Get your feet wet first. See if we can find some land down here. Couldn't see a damn thing from out there. Is that underneath there? That's kind of weird. I see something off over here. Weird flutter in the graphics. Just me. Let's pop up. Not too high. Hey, Nash, a shooting star show out over the water might look good. Not gonna happen. That was it. It's baloney. Alright, guys. I just don't see anything out there, man. You guys see anything out there? There's no hope for anything. Nothing out on either side. Yes, I like to hang upside down like a bat and check everything out. It just seems to be better for me. I did say waterlocked, or whatever it was. But there's something down there. We're gonna land. And we're gonna see how deep the rabbit hole goes. It's like a personal goal of mine. That's what this whole video is gonna be about. What the heck is on this water world here? Can we find some land? All right, let's stop joking around. And let's find a piece of land down there. That looks like scattered lands, right? Oh, yeah, because I can see the shiny bits. So we don't want it quite there. We want deep water. I want a piece that's almost on the edge of there. That looks good to me right there. Space. Final frontier. Yeah, I think one of these parts look good to me. Maybe that guy... Is that land way out there? It is land out there. Let's take this last little piece over here. I'm sure there's... I'm trying to just get on a good area where it's going to be nothing but water for a while. I wish I could turn the other camera on too. That side view, it shows my biscuit neck. I look like a giraffe with a biscuit neck. Oh, Roy, look at that, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Weather is corrupted blood. Mmm, sounds yummy. Man, these worlds just get crazy, man, with these mods. Absolutely bonkers. Where's our the land lovers at? I'll check. Oh, we got get a little sunrise here too. Oh no! There we go. I like to see the color change. Let's see what we get there. Barren. All right, well, very nice looking. I don't like the blood red water. It's like my least favorite color for water. I don't know. There's just something about it. I guess my hopes is that there's gonna be some like wicked deep better back on up, man. I don't know who this Foolio thinks he is. It actually kind of scared me, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, what the hell is going on, man? I didn't trigger anything, did I?
I was so scared.
Alright, so what I'm hoping for is some deep. We're going deep. That's what I want. Now I think I've seen, like, with the mod was like 200 and something. So I don't know how far we can get, but I mean we're at a place called Waterlocked or whatever the hell it was called. So I felt like I had high hopes, and it turned my whole video into something else.
We're gonna try it out, guys, and see where we go.
Hey, it's 1:14. I mean, you're already impressed.
And that's open water.
But it's modded though, it doesn't count. Let me tell you something about mods, man. Mods for this game kind of take the regular game and just change the mathematics of it. All the same art. A little bit different than just we added some different graphics or whatever, you know. big. I mean, these aren't small, and we're deep. Deeper than anything you're going to get in the game. Vanilla. 140. 144. Yeah, I think it was 208 or 216 or something like that. I got a video. Deep dive. Gorgeous. I wish it wasn't red. But with the big red nodule glowy things, it's kind of working. I mean, if it's going to be red, be red. And coming from the green Christmas Christmas tree present place, whatever, the Christmas tree. Oh, look at that. That's stunning coming out into this. How deep are we? Still fairly deep, man. It's going to be 100 plus. So we don't want to go that way. The thing is we're probably going to like run out of land. And I'm not going to want to go back, so I'll just end the video. And that'll be it anyway. I'm trying to keep them shorter so there's no ads in the middle of them. I think it's got to be under 8 minutes, I do believe. YouTube's auto pre-roll is already bad enough. I'm going to try to keep it to a minimum for you guys. If I can. I have no timer down there either, so I have no idea where the video is at in length. Well, I tell you, we're going to come over this next hill here, and we're going to see where we get at for depth. And if it's nothing really crazy significant past what we've been already, then we will call it a day on this long adventure that we've been on. To be epic. I want to come over the hill into some crazy valley looking thing, and I want it to look epic. Something like this. Now give me a huge mountain in the distance that kind of slowly comes in. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby. Give it to me. Give it to me, baby. Open water. Alright, let's get deep. Let's go deep. Boldly go where no geck has gone before. I keep seeing like almost I think it's just a light shadow. I keep on thinking it's like a big old mountain about to come in. We're at 100 plus now. I feel a little bit better. It's going down too, but you get that weird kind of a illusion that you keep going down. And sometimes the numbers will actually go up. There was a spot in Oregon on top of the mountain that had this stream. And like it forced the perspective to see the stream going uphill, sort of. People would argue. I thought it was cool. Well, 119. We got bragging rights, but I mean, we're not calling up Guinness Book of World Records or anything. That was loud in my ear. I'm glad it didn't go off on my ear.
more little down spot here. We'll see where it takes us. We're at 120. I see it drop off right over here, but I think it might be a fool's gold. No, maybe not. That's a significant difference. Here we go. We hit the 150s. We might even see some bigger numbers coming up here. 150. Which way do we go? We go. Oh well, there's caves don't count. Caves do not count. Even in the modded. I mean, well, we're modded. I guess it doesn't count. But I try to keep it open water. But there is a cave right there at 158. We're a little bit deeper than that. We could say it's 166. I mean, we're gonna go up and over. Let's go to this little cut right here. And see if this pays off. .66 is still the record on this planet. Gorgeous shot though there. I mean, that's just epic. Sitting down here this deep with this mountainous terrain all around you, it's just awesome. A lot of the complaints are that, is that the water just don't get deep, and when it's down like this, it's super wicked crazy. I mean, I don't know. You could do some stuff with some water worlds, I think. .123, and we're coming up over on a big hole up here. Could be fool's gold though. I fall into the fool's gold trap all the time. That's a big old drop off there, folks. That's a huge drop off. Alright, we're in the 170s, but that's kind of a cave though. I mean, that's cheesy to say. And we were definitely past 166, but that 170 mark, I don't know if I'm going to hold that. Folks, I think, it's a possibility that it might be here, but I usually, if it's going to be super, super deep, I kind of hit that spot a little more quicker, more often. Am I back out in that same area? I just turn around, or is this a new area like that? Oh, it's a new area, huh? Corner pocket. I thought there was a hole there for a minute. Yeah, it's not even past 166 there. But you got a fool's gold drop off right up here. That's a big drop off, man. For already being at 166 or 150. Alright. So we'll probably hold 170 down here, I think. Alright, 174.5. Yeah, alright. Okay, I feel better. I feel better. This is where I start going, okay, that's impressive. 175 is impressive. Doesn't beat the record. But it's a good try. Alright, I think that's it, man. That was fun. Alright, guys, I'll see you guys on the next video. I'll see you later. Eat your peas, call your mom, tell somebody you love them.
Hey guys, remember to hit that like and subscribe button.
What's going on out there in the galaxy, guys? Little Gek is so concerned.
Why, hello, Sky Masters. It's little Peter here, and I just want to say hi to you all and welcome to the channel. And I just tell you what, here at Sky Master Studios, it's just such a wonderful environment, and I just want to tell you guys a little bit about us here at this channel. You can look at our content and find our playlist, and you can look for No Man's Sky TV. It's probably what you came here for, because that's where little Peter hangs out. I have a show called Cooking with Little Peter. Very funny. We go through a lot of the nutrient processors, recipes piece for you guys, and we add a little Peter's flair to that too, you know. So that's really cool. We do a lot of No Man's Sky themed parody songs and remixes, so you guys can check those out under original songs. They will also be under No Man's Sky TV as well. So Little Peter just wanted to really welcome you guys here. I've been really enjoying my my affiliate program here at the No Man's Sky Studios, and I just wanted to give a good welcome video from straight from the inside of Peter to the inside of you. I want to say welcome to the channel, okay, guys? And just check out those playlists and just enjoy yourselves, okay? And I want to tell you right now, one of the artists that just came through that really blew my mind away, that has such a great message and really introduced me to some of that nip was the Fornon Gex. And here's a little clip of their new song. Be sure to go through the channel and find this channel. I'll probably put the link in the description, as well as all the playlists that I just talked about. So I love you guys, and I'll see you later. Little Peter out.
All right, guys, we're going to do a little bit of No Man's Sky talk. Now, I'm going to say a lot of nice things, but I'm probably going to start off with saying some bad things first. So, all you fanboys out there with one point of view of the game probably might just need to walk out right now. A lot of people don't like what I say, and I'm sorry, man. I just tell you, some people like powdered fake cheese. Now, I can't make you like real cheese or explain the benefits of like what real cheese is going to be, how it's better or anything. Just my son loves powdered fake cheeses, and I you know, who am I to tell him that that the other should taste better to him? I think it's weird, and I'm not going to argue with him, but I think we can all agree that powdered cheese is kind of nasty, you know. And if you like it, you're like, huh, oh, I like powdered cheese. What can I say, you know? And there's nothing wrong with that. But don't tell everybody else they're idiots because, you know, because real cheese is just not right. And you're an idiot because you like real cheese. That just sounds like something an idiot would say. So that's a weird analogy, but that's the best I can come up with this morning. So listen, you know, No Man's Sky, Sean Murray tweeted this morning about a community award. So community support. And I'm going to tell you right now, man, Sean Murray and Hello Games is so lucky that they have the support that they do. And I remember going back and doing a song about Sean Murray a long time ago. I pulled out a sample of Sean talking in an interview, and he says, and I quote, he's like, "We're lucky to have such a community that cares so deeply about us."
We're lucky that we have a community that cares really deeply about the game.
Because I used it in a song. You can go back into my channel and find that song. I do a live song about it. So yeah, the community does have such a big love for him and support. And let me tell you what we get back for all this support and love. For his updates, he gives us a tweet of an emoji. Now he's going to elaborate on all of his other tweets and stuff like that. I think the PR is horrible, man. I'm sorry. The PR is horrible. And does the community deserve the award? Yes, man, the community is so awesome. But I don't think Sean should walk away with it. I think somebody like, let's say the Facebook group, the original Facebook group has been around forever. Martin Didix runs that group. He has been the ultimate community fan and gatherer of people. And he is the guy that probably should walk away with that award. And he deserves it. Now, support coming back to us from the development team is just garbage because they don't have anything. Their updates are it's an emoji tweet, and he lets the idiot YouTube content creators speculate and come up with all this false hype. And then they drop a game that is an update that is filled with bugs for weeks at a time. So people stop playing. Like my wife, okay? We just talked about the Xbox in there. So my wife used to play Xbox. And I got her to play right before the Prisms update. Ran pretty decently, okay? So Prisms came out. They had visual enhancements, okay? So let's talk about visual enhancements. So they needed to make wiggle room for the frames per second loss. So they put dirt all over the glass because, you know, rendering light refractions through glass correctly is pretty intense. If we put dirt all over the glass, well, we don't have to really render the perfect reflections coming through anymore, right? So those are visual enhancements. There's a whole bunch of other ones too that I can just come up with, but I'm not going to sit there and rant on those forever. And it's little tiny things like, and that's the where we come into like, hey, I like fake cheese, fake powdered cheese. I like real cheese, man. And then just the frame per second hit is just taking a downhill thing ever since kind of like the Vulcan thing. I just got in an argument with a guy about the Vulcan stuff. He's like, well, the Vulcan was such great and we got all this wiggle room. And I'm like, yeah, but what did we fill it with? We filled it with garbage. We filled it with stuff that nobody really wanted. I mean, there was some things that were in there that were really cool, animals, but nobody wanted to milk anything. There was a lot of stuff that was just filler crap. Now, they did the planet generations, but we took such a hit on the LOD and some of the visuals like the leaves and the way they, one-sided graphics and textures. Oh, don't let me get into it. But if you don't know, then you don't know. See, and that's the difference between some people. Some people only have one point of view. They only have... You've only played on an Xbox, or you've only played on a PS4, or whatever it is. Everybody has a different experience. Now, I've played on most of the platforms, and I get a different experience on them all. And definitely you're going to get a different experience at low settings, medium settings, and high settings, or on a really good PC with SSDs. We've had those SSDs for years. You PS5 guys are just now getting them going, oh my God, this is so great, the game runs. It's like, welcome to the club, man. I'm happy for you guys. But don't just start talking about it wasn't the game or how well it runs. This technology was out there already. It's nothing they did. So yeah, the game is just for me. It's taken a nosedive, and they've filled it with just garbage filler, and I feel like it's like McDonald's and them putting wood chips into their meat. The meat looks bigger or whatever else, but it's filling you up, but you run sluggish and you're not feeling good. I don't know. Some people like that. Some people like McDonald's too, man. I don't know. Fake cheese and McDonald's. I feel like a lot of the fans are fake cheese and McDonald's eaters. So. Yeah, that's where we're at on that, man. Yeah, so the award, I think they should get it, but I think Martin Didek should walk away with it, man. Martin Didek's over at the Facebook Hub, one of the coolest communities out there ever. And that guy has run it, and the team over there too. Like the whole team should walk away with that award. Yeah, man. I mean, that's the community support and love and stuff. And those guys have carried this game through all the tough times, man. And yeah, those people deserved, good stuff way back then. I mean, they trickled this game out so slowly on purpose, and I just disagree with that. The base part should have been thrown in a long time ago for people. Let me tell you what, if I was the PR person on this game, it'd have been ran a lot differently. We would have DLCs right now, okay? I'd be selling DLCs. Anything that the old systems could handle, we would keep it like the way it is on those and sell DLCs to people. You want custom ships? DLC, $4.99. You want some more building parts? $3.99 or something. Small DLC packages and slide them out to people who can handle them. Now on the bigger systems, we can do more. We can actually add more biome variations. I mean, have you seen what Woody Montana has done? I support the modders. I have paid money to the Patreon accounts of Red Moss and Woody Montana and some of these other guys they just deserve it. They really do, and they've changed the game completely. If you're on PC, you can play No Man's Sky 2 right now. Ask me for my mod stack, okay? It's out of this world and it's just unbelievable. Okay, and I would pay $20, $40 for that. Pro Masters just came out with his new mod, Valkyrie. He fixed it, and I can't wait to see what kind of additions he throws onto that. I would pay $30. I'd pay for the whole game again for that. But if I was in charge of Hello Games, I would DLC that probably for $9.99. And you guys would get that, and we would sell it to everybody who could. Everybody who got the PS5 would be like, "Oh man, I just got this the new biome mod and stuck it on there." Oh, I'm driving now. We can't do custom ships like like Star Wars, but they can get creative and give you some weird things. Base parts, they can slam many of those ins. I just think that's where I would have went with this game. Who wanted to milk animals? Anybody got that? Oh, who got 1800s Americana Western settlements? Did you get that? Was that you in the back? Did you get that? Did you have $5 on that? He's the winner, way in the back. Who knew, right? You know? And that's funny to me. That's funny. So, yeah, man, the moddings right now, too. I want to talk about that real quick. Dude. Those modders out there are just killing it. So, Bodie 420, the Pulse Warp mod is just crazy. Woody Montana is killing it. Brit Free is coming back fixing things. Pro Masters just came out with it. It's a really good time to mod the game. If you're on PC and it can handle it, man. I tell you what, between all those modders right there, they all kind of can join together, and I pick the best out of them, and I think it's like a stack of 11. And then the parts mods are starting to be fixed too, so Mastral or whatever, it's the extra building parts or whatever the hell that mod's called. And then the Winder TP mod adds a whole bunch of building parts. Now you have to wait for these mods to load up, and I think that they are in the middle of fixing these things. So that's pretty cool, man. And if you had troubles running one of those building parts mods, you need to wait. You've got to go out and like take the trash out. You know, if you don't have an SSD, I think maybe you can go take a shower and come back, and maybe your game will load up. When I was trying to use them first, I was turning the game off thinking that it was just broken. So, yeah, that's my No Man's Sky talk for now. You know, everything's running pretty decently right now. I haven't turned on the Xbox because I just given up on that anymore. It might be running okay, but I'm waiting. Since it's running pretty decently and we got all the cool mods and everything seems to be really great, it's about time for them to fuck everything up and throw us another update that is full of bugs and renders the very, very low minimum spec systems that are running right now almost useless. So that's it. That's it. I think the community does deserve the award, but I don't think Sean Murray or Hello Games should walk away with it. I love the community, even though you guys hate me so much. But I think that hate comes from you not having a full understanding and point of view of the game, and you can't put yourselves in other players' shoes and other people that have different systems' shoes. And why would a normal person? But you guys talk like you do. You guys talk like you know the game. You know, PS4 players specifically, you know, you guys have a really great server and things like that. You guys have a very different version view of the game than a lot of other people. And it's just, yeah, and that's another thing that gets me too. The crossplay and discoveries are just different for everybody. They're a nightmare, man. They've always been broken and inconsistent. That just really pisses me off, man. You know, I see people all the time putting out these dedicated places for like their dead loved ones and stuff. You know, and to have discoveries all get baunched up or nobody can find it or something like that. I don't know. It's almost... yeah, I don't know. I've got a love-hate for it. That's why I told you guys at the beginning there's some things I love about the game. Would I suggest people to buy it? I used to suggest people to buy it all the time. Now if you ask me, hey, Chris, man, do you think we should buy the game? I would be like, well, what system do you have? Are you okay with some bugs and stuff like that? I wouldn't purchase the game right after an update. Don't do that. Yeah, maybe wait a few weeks after an update. Don't buy it now. You know? And you got content creators going, guys, go out and get it. It's going to be the best thing. My wife won't even play it anymore. After years of me finally getting her to play it on the Xbox, she got it right after Prisms. Prisms came out kind of in hand, and then the Frontiers came out and it was broken. I don't blame her. I don't blame her. It's a terrible experience on Xbox, and I wouldn't play it anymore. And her experience is probably, I mean, she was really actually starting to like it, and then all these changes happening. It was just, she just didn't want to deal. She wasn't a fan person by then. She just got introduced to the game. She's seen how much of a fan I was and was like, oh, I can see why you like it now. And then they go, boom! Let's visually enhance this thing and cram some more stuff down the throat of this game until it chokes and can't breathe. And with that, I'm out. Eat your peas and call your mom.
To the fucking Lexus. We're gonna jump on to the
You better watch out, haters. We modding all night. You just might see something that you don't like.
You ain't on his level. You ain't on his level.
These cats ain't on my
You ain't
level.
on his level. You ain't on his level.
Me and Geck rolling with custom ships. It's gonna make them hate, gonna lose their shit.
You ain't on his level.
These cats ain't on my level, little Geck. Oh, Sky Masters.
You ain't on his level.
I got this girl in my spaceship. Got the star trails trailing behind the whip. We post warping, bobbleheads bobbing. Now that I'm done with your girl, let's go do some robbing. We got the consumerism mod by NMSTv that lets you go get everything that you couldn't see. You're not on my level. You're not on my level. You're not on my level. You're not on my level, man.
Baby.
These cats ain't on my level, little Geck.
Baby, you wanna play this game right and see some things that you ain't never seen?
Yeah, baby.
Go see those modders, baby, over at the Nexus.
Check it out at the Nexus.
You got those modders like
Red
Red Moss.
Moss,
You got those modders like Winded TP.
Window TP,
You got those modders like Bodie 420, baby.
Bodie 420, baby.
Yeah. Hit that nip.
Hit that like and subscribe.
Hit that post work mod.
Hit your lady.
Bobbleheads bobbing. Bobbleheads bobbing.
Bobbleheads bobbing. Bobbleheads bobbing. Bobbleheads bobbing. Bobbleheads bobbing.
Bobbleheads bobbing. Fucking No Man's Sky. Play around. Motherfucker, if you don't know, go check it out. It's super. Ma, quit leaving me alone. I'm trying to make a song, Mom. Stop it. Get out of here.
Why, hello there, little traveler, and welcome to the Cooking with Little Peter show. And I tell you what, here at No Man's Sky Studios, we've had a lot of musicians in here lately, and I tell you what, you musicians really like your nip nip. So I've really had to do some studying on some nip nip butter, because I tell you what, little Peter doesn't really partake in this stuff, but I've been really liking it lately. So today's episode is going to be on how to infuse some butter with some nip nip properly, guys.
Well, for the quickest tip, someone slides down your throat. It's the Cooking with Little Peter show.
For the biggest tip, someone slides down your throat. It's the Cooking with Little Peter show. Alright, guys. Nip Nip infused butter, or nip butter, is one of the simplest and most common ways to make infused nip edibles. And however, making nip butter is sometimes tricky, and some people do it wrong. So here I'm going to tell you step by step on what you need to do, alright? So first of all, you're going to need 1 cup of butter. And then you're also going to need 1 cup, or 7 to 10 grams, of fresh nip nip, or any kind of nip nip that you can get, okay? Some beggars can't be choosers, you know what I'm saying? Alright, guys. So first of all, we're going to decarb the nip nip, and you're going to preheat your oven to 245 and stick your nip nip in there for 30 to 40 minutes, okay? If you have older nip nip, it probably won't take so long. After it's been decarboned, you want to grind up your nip nip, and then you're going to add it to the butter, alright? Okay, so now we're going to put this butter on top of the nutrient processor here, and we're going to heat it up, alright? Now we don't want it too hot, okay guys? Don't get crazy with this. Now, we want it really, above 160, but never go over 200, okay? And that's probably the best thing to do. Alright, and after you're done here, we're just going to strain it out, and then we can just refrigerate this little jar of nip nip butter, guys. And then now, when all your musician friends come over, all you have this little jar here, and you can just sprinkle it all over all their crap that they eat, because they'll eat anything.
You have come a long way, traveler. What is it that you seek?
Yes. Can I get a number 2 with a large fry and a Dr. Pepper, please?
Fucking No Man's Sky. Play around. Motherfucker, if you don't know, go check it out. It's super. Ma, quit leaving me alone. I'm trying to make a song, Mom. Stop it. Get out of here. Yeah, here at No Man's Sky TV, we're so glad that we ran into Little Peter. He's got the best tip at all of all. I remember meeting him in number 19, Isdorjung, a few years back. It was a pretty neat experience.
Hold it right there, dickhead.
Easy there, little traveler. It's Little Peter. And here, try an esophageal surprise. They're a delight. All you have to do is rub a little cream on the outside of it and put it in your mouth. It's so gushy, and it slides right down your throat.
And I tell you what, little traveler, it's so easy to make. All you're going to need is some cake batter and some cactus nectar. And if you don't have cactus nectar, you can substitute with cactus jelly. Cooking time is about 2.5 seconds. There you go, little traveler. Eat on that.
That's when I knew immediately. Little Peter's tips were going to be inserted in the minds of every traveler across all the galaxies. I called Nada and Polo up immediately to get this guy his own spot on the No Man's Sky TV aired network.
Well, for the quickest tips, someone slides down your throat. It's the Cooking with Little Peter show.
For the biggest tips, someone slides down your throat. It's the Cooking with Little Peter show.
Hit that like and subscribe button, and be sure to look through the playlist for the No Man's Sky TV playlist. A lot of good stuff in there. If you can handle it, that is.
Fucking No Man's Sky, play around. Motherfucker, if you don't know, go check it out. It's the Ma, quit leaving me alone. I'm trying to make a song, Mom. Stop it. Get out of here.
Hey, my friends, I'm Pat. Do not quote me on that. Do not quote me on anything. All rights reserved. You may distribute this show freely, but you may not make profit from it. Terms are subject to change without notice.
Hey guys, what's going on? Yeah, no tweet yet, man. Nope. Let me go check here. Let me check down here. What is that? Yeah, guys, it's a worm. It's a worm. Go. All right. Did you hear it in the back? Yo, guys in the back. Yeah, you. Go. It's a worm.
And good evening, and welcome to this edition of the Galactic News. And unless you've been sleeping under a space crystal, you have heard that Sean Murray has tweeted a earthworm. We go live now to correspondent Little Geck, who is on location.
Oh, wait. Well, thank you, Sky. Well, I tell you what, we're going to walk through Sky City, and we're going to talk to some people, some of the locals down there, about what they think about this earthworm update tweet from Sean Murray himself. Here we go, guys.
Sean Murray tweets a worm.
What's going on? What's going on, Geck?
Sean Murray tweets a worm. What does it mean? What does it mean?
Hey, what's going on here? What's going on, Geck?
Hey, Geck. Oh, it's Little Geck.
Sean Murray tweets a worm.
What you guys doing down there?
What does it mean? Sean Murray tweets a worm.
Hey, what's going on, Geck? Hey, Little Geck. What's going on, Geck? Hey, Little Geck, what's going on? Alright, maybe we can find out something in this bar over here.
2 days to find a way to get Fort Florida's on time. Right out here to where you and your sister bedpost want me to go in the first place.
Here, Little Geck, hit some of this nip so you can understand what he's saying. Howdy ho, brother.
Now, here's the weather. We're gonna go right to Roosevelt. Roosevelt, how's it going? Adrian, wait, somebody. Don't even come here and bother me right now.
Why, thanks, Rosa. Can't you give us a little weather? Nah, man. I'm on the balcony. I'm trying to score. Back off. But what's the weather like? You got a window? Open it. Thank you, Roosevelt. We'll have to go to someone else for the weather. I guess we'll have to go all the way to Washington, Weather Central, to Walter Cronkite. Walter, what's the weather like?
Wow, thanks there, little Geck. That is some very informative information that you got there, just about as much as we got as last update. So, and I tell you what, the speculation from the bar is just as good, if not better, than the speculation that we've heard from all the other content creators put together this time. So I tell you what, thank you, little Geck. And thank you guys out there for tuning in. I am Sky, and this is T. Lamont Broadcasting brought to you, and this is Galactic News Network. Hit that like and subscribe, and we'll see you on the next video. We're out. Boom.
Fucking No Man's Sky. Play around. Motherfucker, if you don't know, go check it out. It's super. Ma, quit leaving me alone. I'm trying to make a song, Mom. Stop it. Get out of here.
Hey, come in, little Geck. We are picking up something rather large on radar right on the outskirts of your settlement. We're going to need you to investigate.
I'm on it, Sky.
Let me get up in here and get a little foothold here on this cap here. Just our normal sandworms yet. Hold up a second. Oh my word. Sky Masters, you're not going to believe this.
What you got for me, little Geck?
I believe that I'm looking at a giant tarantula. Permission to proceed.
Proceed with caution, little Geck.
I'm going to attempt to secrete some of my pheromones out to woo her obedience. Well, let's hope this works.
Sky, are you picking up the live feed from Telamon yet?
Roger that, little Geck. I'm just in awe of what I'm seeing.
I'm gonna get in better position and send the drone up.
All right there, little Geck. We've got live feed. And sensors are coming back in that the secreted pheromones have worked, and we have a docile beast on our hands. The sun is coming up, and we've got good lighting out there. And if you want to go ahead and proceed on foot, little Geck, I'll hand this back over to you.
Alright, Sky. I'll see if I can find some neat secretions, or at least some fecium samples. Alright, Sky, I'm coming up on underneath one of the legs here. Looks like I'm here at the abdomen. Not seeing any fecium samples down here, but it does look like we have a pregnant mother-to-be. Looks like there's an egg sac in there. Congratulations. Aww. Alright, Sky, I'm gonna get a little hair sample over here for you. Sky, you see the fangs on this thing? I'm terrified right now. How sure are we that, she's fully sedated?
I've sat next to you in the ship for over 16 million light years, little Geck. I know what your secretions do. It's a lucky miracle that I'm still here.
Well, I know that you like it when I tell you to roll the window up because I'm a little cold. Ha ha ha!
How about some silence for the rest of this mission? Tell you what, give me a bird's eye view, and send out the drone one more time and come back and have some coffee.
right there, Sky Masters. What's going on? We're going to keep on keeping on with some more advanced Blender techniques and mixing them with the No Man's Sky base builder plugin by Charlie Banks. Again, I'll say, if you haven't gone through any of the other videos, or if you're just starting out, you need to stop this video and go check out Charlie Banks's plugin, and then watch those videos. Go back on my Blender playlist and watch some of those videos. There's some key knowledge that would probably help you out. Would definitely help you out. I don't think this is something you should rush. You should kind of take this in slow strides, and you will be a lot better in the end. So today we are going to be talking about adding some meshes. So let's go ahead and let's go get a project file. For those that I've already, I'm talking to people that are kind of already have built some things within No Man's Sky and Blender. So with that being said, we'll move forward. Go and let's go get a project file. I'm going to pull something up from one of my creative saves. And we will just pick out whatever was last. I think it's the thumbs down. So that's been my almost example base here for a while now. And let's go open Blender. I've got the newer version, but it could be the older version. They both seem to do the same thing basically for me. I do find there's some older tools in the other one that I like to use. I'll do a video on that maybe some other time. But for now, we're going to go ahead and import that one in here and see what it brings up for me. And it is the thumbs down. Let's go ahead and highlight all that and get rid of it. Okay, so I've said it in a few of my other videos, but I'm going to definitely cover it now to make sure everybody's on the same page here. And first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to go up into File and go to Edit and Preferences. And then we go to add-ons here. Okay, so click on the add-ons tab right here. And I think you have to have community on highlighted there. And then if you come down, it says add. There's add curves, add mesh, anything with add and mesh. I go ahead and click the box, just tick it, because these are things that you can add into the game or into Blender. And I'll show you how to add them into the game. I'm getting a little ahead of myself there. Excuse me. So is there anything else in here that I put in there? The game engine for base builder. So you know, you've been in here to add the base builder plugin, and to update it, we have to do this every once in a while. You come in here to the add-ons. So these are add-ons that are already in there. They're just not clicked off. Okay, so you don't need to go and download anything to get it. They're just they're not ticked off. Because they figure that some people probably aren't going to use them or something. I don't really know. It's giving you a slim and options, and you can customize this. So anything else in here? Mesh auto mirror. Okay, so yeah, I went in here and clicked all this stuff, and I don't know if some of this stuff is working for me or not. I want to see, I might use some of this stuff. So if it says mesh, I guess just click it. 3D print toolbox. I don't think I need that, and it has a weird symbol on it. So I could, you know, this is where somebody can come in here and be like, oh my god, can't even use that, you know. But I don't know. This is where there's a trial and error, no venture, no gain type of situation. This is what I do. I click little boxes and I go and hunt them down in the program and see what I can do. And I think that's it. So our important things are the add mesh and what's the ones up here? Add extra objects is the big one there. Mesh. Okay, so now that we've added those in, let me go back here and read everything real quickly again, because I'm starting to think it's something that I might have forgotten to say, and I want to make sure that it's not in here, and I'm skipping something for you guys. Okay. I mean, I know extra objects is one of the big things, but other than that, I tick off all the other ones to experiment. So, if you've done that, if you follow me along, let's move on forward. Okay. So we are here looking at our base computer, and down here we have this object tab. It might be at top for you. It might be at the bottom here. Let me move my face a little bit so you guys can see. Okay, so mine is down here at the bottom. I have an object tab, and then I have an add tab. This whole menu right here might be up here for you, because I've seen some UIs that are differently, and you can customize this and drag things around to your liking, and this is the way I like mine. So I think in my original setup video, when I set you up, I set it up like this. So you can go back there and watch that video if you care to. If not, let's move along. So we are going to add an object right here. We're going to add a mesh. And in here we've got now we're going to have some different pieces in here, and I've had it on for so long I can't tell you exactly what is maybe it's this actually here is what's added in here, but there's extras. We have beam builders, we have honeycombs, teapots, there's all kinds of weird things that are in here, geodesic domes and bolt patterns. We can add in some weird stuff. It's kind of cool, you know. And again, to hit the tab to be able to look at meshes. And, you know, we've talked about how these meshes convert over in that last video that I just did on the instancing and importing models. Then when the models are imported, they seem to me to be imported little meshes, I guess. My terminology might be good. I might be wrong. I am not a good Blender user. I just use it for No Man's Sky, and I think I'm decent at it. I could be a lot better if I was a Blender guru, but that's a whole nother avenue. I have too many hobbies, so I do what I can with the knowledge that I have, and I'm trying to give it to you. So I'm sure there's some guys that are gonna correct me. So let's get rid of this, and let's go back. Let's hit the tab and get out of that button, and hit the delete. Go ahead and click on this. Let's go back to add. Well, we're going to go back into meshes. So there's a lot of different things in here that you can look at. So we got, I think these plain ones are already in there, I think, and the extras are the extras. And then I'll show you where there's some mathematical functions. There's torus objects, some torus knots. This gets really crazy in here too. You can really play around with this stuff, and it's complex. And if you come down here, so if you add it in there, you get this little tab down here on the left hand side. Now I think if you move this or do anything to it, this tab is going to go. So you need to make your manipulations to the object before you move it. I think there might be a different way around that. I am not sure. This is my experience. It's a one streamlined experience just for using No Man's Sky. Again, this is where the guru's gonna like, no, you can do it. You know, tell me how. Okay. So yeah, let's try this out. So I think, yeah, once as I touch it, I think the option for doing anything with it and manipulating it seems to be gone, right? I think so. Maybe the option moved somewhere else, but I don't know where it's at. So I'm going to erase this, and we're going to add another one in there. So let's go into mesh. We were in the torus knot, twisted knot, super toroid. Let's grab the knot again. So here's that knot. Let's go ahead and get rid of the base computer. Let's get it out of the way. So we click on the knot. Get rid of it. Let's add it again, because once we touch it, it seems like to me, it seems the functions over here that we can manipulate are gone. I'm going to move my face over there because you can't see it. It's never a good place for a face. That seems to be a good spot for my face. Okay, so yeah, this is where I'm talking about right down here. So when you add these pieces in, there's this little window down here, and as soon as you touch this piece or try to scale it or move it, this window seems to disappear. And this is the window where you're going to manipulate these little items, you know, all their little attributes, I guess. So knot type, you can change the knot type. and remember, this is just in that torus knot, so we can change that knot type, resolution. So that would be faces. This would be like simplifying it. And if you watch this, like again, like in the last video, I told you to watch, keep an eye out when you're working with the meshes to keep an eye on these faces. Those faces are going to translate to, each face will have a part that gets added to it after you do the instancing to it. So that is to keep that in mind, and that's why you want to keep an eye out over here and manipulate this in your way. So again, let's grab something different a little bit. Let's go into the mesh again, add mesh, and you can just have fun with this, and the sky's the limits on this, and you're going to have to play a little bit. There's no venture, no gain. Let's go into twisted torus. Is this just a regular torus? I believe this is the one where Ash Factor shows you it's a torus. So these are in there originally without the adding thing. So pretty cool. And you can see, no, I already moved it. You can't see it. Tell me if there's a way to go back to that menu after you move it, somebody. That'd be really cool. All right, so we're going back into mesh. And this time I'm going to show you guys this math function. So once we get on this tab, you can see the Z math surface and the XYZ math surface. The XYZ is the interesting one that we're going to want here. So let's add the XYZ function. All right, so you see the first thing that we have come up is the Nautilus shell. And we've seen that I've done this. This was like one of the first, when I found that out and how to do this, the Nautilus shell was the first thing that came up. I had already been working with importing the model. So as soon as I seen the faces in the mesh format of this, I knew that I could work with it. And I was like, wow, cool, man, only 4,000 faces. I've got this down. And I replaced it with some pill lights, and it was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. That I had done in Blender with very few amount of clicks. Now, it took me a long time to figure out how to do it, though, and to get to that point. So, yeah, I don't know how easy is it. It's going to be a lot easier for you because I just told you how to do it. So, all right, as we add these in here, like I said, if we touch this and move it, we're going to lose this menu over here. So this menu over here is going to be very important to us. So don't touch your add in there, or go back into your XYZ math functions and add another one. And this comes up. So at the very top of this, down here on the left, you can see we have operator presets. Now open this up and you can see all kinds of cool stuff in here. Really cool geometry. And I think it's awesome. Now you're gonna have to just come in here and play with it. I'm gonna show you the method on getting through this. It's almost like the same as like when you import a model. So we're gonna be doing almost the same things, almost the same steps afterwards. So I'm just showing you where these added parts are at, and it's pretty cool. So we're gonna stay with this Nautilus shell because damn, it is just super cool and beautiful to look at. It's a beautiful piece of artwork. And so we've already clicked the screen, and we need to hit the tab button, and let's scale this up and make it bigger. And if you ever want to see what's going on, you can put your base computer back in there, and you know for scale how big or small something is. So we're gonna bring that up because we know that the pill light's a fraction of that size there. Okay, so we have our Nautilus shell in here. Now, there's some things that you can do with this Nautilus shell. Let me go back. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to go all the way back here. Let's go back and add the mesh. Let's go back to the math function, XYZ. We added this again, but I haven't moved it yet, so I can manipulate it. I just want to show you some cooler, more advanced things. You can pick your operator presets, and then right underneath that, you see that we have the X, Y, and Z. These are our, we can change the equations for each one of these axes, and it's kind of neat. So we can take this like 1.5 here, and let's take that. No, oh, that's not what I wanted. And yet it didn't do anything. So what's up with that? Restore. Okay. All right, there we go. So let's take that 1.5 and change that to a 3 and hit enter. See, now that takes the y-axis and I stretched it out with those numbers. Now you can play around with all the different numbers and just, you know, I don't know the equations. I'm not a mathematician. I can't go any further than that. And I don't even know why I was like, you know what? I think I'll change that number. I just thought I'd change it one day, and I've tried changing a lot of this little stuff. What if I change that V to a U? Yeah, sometimes it doesn't do anything. Sometimes it breaks it. No venture, no gain. Sometimes you break it. That's all I got to say about that. Down below that, U max U steps. So 6. I don't know. You could change these numbers and see where it gets you. And yeah, see that I peeled it off in here. I don't even know what that's doing. So that should go back almost. Yeah, that's weird. Probably something I didn't want to do, but I'm just showing you. That's something on the inside. So I know these are like some things that are on the outside. It'll be like a 12 by 128. So again, this is something that you can do to change these faces down here. So you can see that that's 4,000. And, you know, I mean, this would be something that's changing how many segments there is going on this, you know, coming out and going this way, obviously 125. So as we do that, you can see that the meshes are coming back and then our faces are going down 36, 35, 34. So we're getting a little bit, you know, a little less complex. Now I would take this and get it almost to like the size of a pill light. I mean, we're already in the territory of, you can upload this right now. We're at 2,600 pieces. So this could be an uploaded piece right here. Besides this thing that we did right there, you could start over because I did something in the U step that that messed this inner side up, but I'm not even gonna mess with that right now. I'm gonna go ahead and click on this, hit the tab button, and we're gonna move this up. And we're gonna scale it up. Like so. And let's go into our parts and grab a light, a pill light here. I don't think it really, I don't want a wall light. Okay. So we have that highlighted, and let's hit shift and touch our little Nautilus shell, do our control P, and we have set the parent. Now on the right hand side, we're going to go over to our object properties tab, instancing tab, open that, and then hit vertices. And you can see that our pill lights are now lined up like that. And we don't have that weird thing that's in the middle, so I was thinking that that wasn't going to translate for some reason. I'm not quite sure how I knew that, because it definitely has these long faces on it. I was thinking that maybe there might have been some pieces down the middle of that or something, but we didn't get that. And it looks fine to me. So we need to make this real. Again, let's we can move this up and get it actually above ground. And now we're going to go down here to object, apply, make instances real. And now you can see on the right hand side, our wall lights are not ghosted anymore. They're real in the game, or within Blender, and we can add them into the game. And we can go ahead and get rid of this. So that was just our placemat for everything. And now we have these wall lights that are twisted up in our custom Nautilus shell, which we move the y-axis to that star 3 equation. You know, so this is custom. We've changed this. And I tell you what, if you want to maybe fill in these gaps, we can highlight this and go down to local and hit this other little tab and then go to individual origins, And now when we scale up, we scale on individual origins, and boom. So now we have a more of a complete Nautilus shell. And you could play with, you know, different sizings and the meshes and things like that. I think we were, I mean, we're pretty slim at 2,600 pieces here. It's definitely uploadable, and this is a gorgeous piece of artwork that would be a VR wonderland for yourself. I'm telling you, do it. It's super cool, man. And then, like, you know, get the other mods and do some moving parts. It is super wicked, man. And you'll love it. You become the lawnmower man. Super awesome. So I think that wraps it up here. And then all you're going to do is just hit the export. We can export this. And, you know, you guys know this. This part here, you know, delete, Control V. And then we're out here. And I've got a surprise when I go back into the game, because I'll probably forget that I did this. So pretty cool. Go me. And I hope you enjoyed this. I think these that really opens up a lot of really cool stuff. A lot of basic geometry and putting it into the game. And, you know, I found that little trick to be super cool, and everybody really thought it was wow. It's a few clicks, and, well, not just a few clicks, but it's a few clicks to get the some really wicked results. And then imagine how you can, you know, manipulate this. And not every piece is going to go onto those faces correctly. I showed you with pill lights and spheres and things like that. You're going to find out that if you try to use a mushroom or a tree, you're probably not going to get the results that you were thinking you were going to get. If you've seen those pill lights, you've seen that they were all facing different directions. Imagine if it was a tree hanging off. You're going to, you know, there's some trial and error. Like I said, it's a lot of, you know, trial and error. And if you don't venture, there's no gain. So with that being said, I'll see you guys on the next video. I'll see you guys later. What up, guys? It's Sky Masters here. Welcome back to the channel and welcome back to another video. Listen, hot topic been as of lately, base building and base manipulation and base stuff. We need to understand bases a little bit better and what is actually going on. So, on a fundamental level, we're not even going to go into the game on this video. We're going to go into the file system, okay? And we're going to talk about the complexities of the file system because these things are in tiny little increments, and that's the key to this whole thing. So, if you want to learn about how to manage and understand bases a little bit more, follow me into this video. All right, guys. Listen, I sat down for a long time thinking about how exactly I was going to do this video. How can we understand bases in our file systems? Man, we got to go to the source, to the fundamentals. We're going into the file systems themselves. And as I was doing this, I went over to a very large hub, and well, I've been struggling to open some files. And just recently, I have been sharing a lot of music files with some people and having some kind of a problem, and now it's connecting. It's connecting in my head that this is probably the issue and this is probably what's happening. I've kind of thought of this before because it's kind of overwhelming, but man, when you got a big old PC, you think that a small file isn't that much of a trouble, right? Yeah, I got a huge PC, 8 cores, knocks things out of the park, right? But when you have to compartmentalize everything into small little sections, well, things get a little bit trickier there, okay? And I think that's what's kind of happening in the realm of No Man's Sky. It's not a Hello Games issue or a problem. Now, with that being said, I'm talking about what I see on my end. I am not able to explain or validate the reasons for why Hello Games' discoveries and their servers are broken, because all of this information seems to get jumbled and mixed up within the game. I don't know why it can't stay to its respectable origin locations. Can't answer that for you. For that, I am just as perplexed as to why the game has always been broken. It's a super disappointment. Sean Murray, get off your butt and fix it. Okay, so with that being said, let's go into the file system here. I was told you that I was in somebody's big, large hub system, and I tell you what it does is it kind of locks up my Java program. If I sat here and waited around for a long time, it would eventually load, or it will just lock up the program and freeze sometimes. Now, that's just an issue that you have to deal with. Now, I have a way of getting around this in hubs, which is I will go and lay my base down in a huge hub, and then I will get out of the hub system, and then I'd open up my file system, which means it's only going to have my files inside of it. When I leave your hub, all your files leave my file system, okay? When I join the hub, I have to get all this information into my file systems. All right, there's a lot of things that are going to dictate how this proceeds and how well this functions. Your internet speeds, what kind of drive you have. Do you have multiple drives? There's a lot of things. What can your computer handle? And these files are complex, and they have to be read in small increments. All right? Each part of your base has an X, Y, Z, color. There's a lot of information. So times that by the base part limit, 3,000, 2,000, whatever it is, it's a lot. And then you get a whole bunch of people with bases that are filled out like as art bases at a hub, and you have a problem, okay? Now, I mentioned earlier about my music group, us sharing files, okay? So just recently, I've been sharing some files, and I have to tell people, I have this file here. It's called 47,000 song files. This is every classic rock, classic, everything in MIDI format. This is a really cool file, guys. If anybody wants it, hit me up in the comments section. I'll hook you up, okay? But when I hook people up with this file here, I have to tell them in advance, this file is not all that big. Look at the size of the file. It's 369 megabytes, okay? Now, with my beast of a PC, it takes about 45 minutes to unzip this folder. I have some other MIDI files that are in the millions that you better take a half a day to unzip the file. Now, I can unzip huge files quickly Man, my 8-core beast of a machine over here is a beast, but I throw this at it. It has to think in small increments, a whole bunch of them. And it locks up. It takes a long time for it to unzip this file. Now, I'd imagine that translates over to the same thing that's kind of happening in the realm of No Man's Sky while it's reading these base files. Okay, now I'm going to go into one of these base files, and I can't go into the one that I want to go into. This one here, my custom one, is in a hub, and if I try to open up this file, it's going to lock up. Maybe we'll do that last so you can see it. But let's go into a different file here. Let's go into a very old one so I can know that it's going to open up. I'm going to go up into my edit raw JSON file here, and we're going to go into our player state data and run all the way down to persistent player bases. Okay, so now that I open up, you can see that it only has 2 in here now. Very manageable. I laugh. So when I come in here and click on this, I can hit a Control A, and we can light this up, and we can actually see what's in here. Timestamp, object ID, user data, and a position, XYZ. Object ID is probably what's going to give its, and I think there's some message, timestamp. There's no color, position, up at. I think the timestamp, the ID. Each part with each color probably has a different ID. So yeah, so that's quite a bit of information, and each one has to be read in its separate thing. Each one of these has to be read separately. So each line has to be read separately. Each one of these sections has to be read separately, and then it has to be all put together. Whew, just saying it is exhausting. Imagine your PC trying to do this, or your console, or whatever kind of machine that you're working on. If you've got a potato doing this, and you've got one hard drive, and that hard drive is doing something else, and it's updating, and you're on Discord talking, and on Twitter talking, and you're downloading another file, well, you're having a lot of issues, man. You know? I have a lot of issues, and I've got SSDs, and I've got a lot of drives, and I've got plenty of options. So if I'm sitting here with one of the top of the line PCs and I'm having some issues, well, then I'm sure that everybody's going to have an issue, and that it's just going to be like that, right? That's what I think. I think it's pretty simple to understand after you think about it like this. Now let's try to go back in here and open up this custom file. Now you're going to see that there's going to be like 51 bases in here. It's super crazy, and it's probably just going to lock up, and I'm not even going to wait around for it because, well, that doesn't make a really cool video, and I think you guys get my gist here now. See if it'll even open it up. Sometimes I have to close down Java all the way. It's a weird program. It gets it acts weird sometimes. So just go back in here, open up the whole program again, and then we'll go back into my custom save. Watch it pop up. All right, see, I think it has like a little container file, so it kind of gets itself in a bind. I don't know if someone could rewrite this better to handle it and optimize its using in reading and writing these files, but that person is not me, so that's not going to happen today. So we're going to jump into this large file system. I just want you guys to see how crazy this gets. And persistent player bases down here. Now we can see there's 52 bases in here, and I'm on, well, I don't know how many files are going to be mine on this, but, and I'm probably have to wait for a minute. Let's see if we can click on one now. I usually don't wait for this. It usually takes me less time to just leave the system, jump out of the game, build my stuff, and come back in. I have way less of a hard time, and I don't have to deal with all of this. Now, these are all art bases. Now, if I wanted to sit here and wait, and there's a base that I want to check out, I will. I'll go walk away, go work on the car, go do something outside, come back in, and I'll have it all put up. And then I'll go and save it, and I don't have to do it again. But this seems to be an issue and a hang-up. So after all this, after doing the music stuff, I feel like it just clicked in my head that this was probably the problem, and it's just it's a jumbled up mess to try to figure out how do you solve that. You have to have it in increments. It has to be at XYZs. It has to have a part location and all that information, and it has to be in those little segments. And it has to be shared if you want to share it, if you're uploading it. And like I said, if you're having problems, just turn your multiplayer off and get these files out of your system, man. It's crazy. If you're at a big hub and you're having an issue, boom, This is it, man. This is your issue right here. This is a lot of information that needs to be read in small increments. That takes power. That takes brain power. More brain power than your and my small little grain pieces of meat chunks up in there can handle. And our computers are very struggling. The consoles are struggling. And that's how we can understand base building on a very fundamental level and maybe what's going on. So the other stuff with people stealing your stuff, I don't think that's a big deal. I think that's a problem that famous geeks have. What a problem. Oh, you have people coming over and griefing you. Stop making videos and putting it out there, you know? More units, more problems, right? That's what they say. To me, it's a famous geek problem, and you're lucky to have one. And what else would we do about this? What's broken? There's nothing broken besides this is hard to manage. And if everybody had a strong mega PC, they would still be having some issues. So don't feel so bad about it. All right. And with that being said, I love you guys. Thanks for watching the video. Call somebody up. Tell them that you love them.
Fucking No Man's Sky, play around. Motherfucker, if you don't know, go check it out. It's a Ma, quit leaving me alone. I'm trying to make a song, Mom. Stop it. Get out of here.
Ooh, No Man's Sky? You like No Man's Sky? I like No Man's Sky. We both like No Man's Sky, and we have something in common already. I like odd things that nobody has done before, and I do odd things that nobody has done before in the realm of No Man's Sky. So you should maybe go check those things out. They're underneath. They've been buried so far, nobody knows about them. Go check out all these cool videos of mine, and then smash that like and subscribe and hit that little bell down there so you know when that next video that nobody's seen has come out, and you can be the first one to comment. I'll see you on the next video, guys. Peace.
You have come a long way, traveler. What is it that you seek?
Yes. Can I get a number 2 with a large fry and a Dr. Pepper, please?
I'm on a fantastic journey to look for the origins of life. I shall be travelling not only around the world, but back in time to try and build a picture of what life was like in that very early period. It will be a journey full of wonders. Parts of it were unknown until only a few years ago. In 50 years of program making, I've been lucky enough to explore the living world in all its splendor and complexity. Now I'm off to explore the origins of all this, to look for the very first living creatures that appeared on the planet. In recent years, scientists have unearthed dramatic evidence of what those first creatures were like. We can also find clues in living animals. From the moment they appeared to the time that they took their pioneering steps on land, we can deduce how animals acquired bodies that moved, eyes that saw, and mouths that ate. And we can understand how those first organisms laid the foundations for modern animals as we know them today. Hello, old boy. How are you? Including you and me. The history of life can be thought of as a many-branched tree, with all species alive today related to common ancestors down near the base. The 5 kingdoms of life, the main branches, were established early on. Bacteria, protists, amoeba-like creatures, fungi, plants, and animals. That, for me, is the most fascinating question of all. How and when did they first appear? Chania was a marine organism, part of an ancient community of living things that lived in darkness at the bottom of an ocean. That much we do know. But what was this strange creature? When did it first appear? And how is it related to modern animals? The answers to these questions are only now beginning to emerge. Chania is more than 8 times older than the oldest dinosaur. It lived about 560 million years ago. But compared with the age of life itself, that's nothing. Before Chania and other complex organisms existed, the only living things were microscopic single cells. They first appeared about 3.5 billion years ago, when the Earth was a very different place. The early continents were still forming. The days were a mere 6 hours long, because at that time the Earth was spinning much faster on its axis than it does today. The land was dominated by volcanoes, hostile and lifeless. But deep in the oceans, life had begun. The latest theory is that chemicals spewing from underwater volcanic vents solidified and created towers like these, and this produced the conditions needed for the first cells to form. Some of these began to harness the energy of sunlight, just as plants do today, and formed colonies. These rocky stromatolites in Western Australia have been constructed by very similar photosynthesizing bacteria. Others manage to survive by extracting nourishment directly from the environment, like the fungi and animals that would later evolve. This state of affairs continued for a vast period of time. Fragments of red stone are embedded in the darker rock. They look out of place, and in fact they are. Geologists call them drop stones. They were transported here by glaciers. Life was nearly annihilated before it had truly begun. It's difficult to imagine how life managed to survive in those circumstances, but survive it did. As the glaciers retreated, so nutrient-rich meltwater flooded into the oceans. The glaciers retreated, so nutrient-rich meltwater flooded into the oceans. For the surviving cells, this flood of ground-up rock was a bonanza. For the microbes that could photosynthesize, the pulverized rock was a potent fertilizer. And their growth would have a direct influence on early animal cells. Cyanobacteria and other oxygen-producing microbes began to bloom across the globe. These flourished in colonies of plant-like microbes that pumped out enormous volumes of oxygen. And it was this increase in oxygen that was the key to the rise of the animal kingdom. Now, simple microscopic life had the fuel it needed to develop into something bigger. The fossils in these rocks are both wonderful and bizarre. When the sun is low in the sky, the slanting light shows up their structure in great detail. Organisms were no longer just clumps of undifferentiated cells like sponges. They were organized into defined shapes. Here, there are not only hundreds of examples of Charnia, but a whole community of other strange creatures. Everywhere you look, there are complex markings and indentations of one kind or another. It's almost as though children have been playing in wet sand. It's like walking through a carpet of ancient creatures. It's difficult to imagine that 565 million years ago, this was the bottom of the ocean, and these were some of the first animals to live on this planet. And then, over hundreds of millions of years, mountain-building forces thrust the whole seafloor upwards to its present position on the coast of Canada. Dr. Guy Narbonne is a world expert on the fossils of Mistaken Point. This new mobility was only made possible by a major change in the layout of animals' bodies.
When we get to Ediacara, we still have some of those beautiful fractal-like forms that you see in Mistaken Point. But in the Ediacara Hills, we see something very different. And that is, for the first time, you see a blueprint for all animals from then on, including ourselves. So now this is something you'd like to...
The modern animal body plan is called bilateral symmetry, that had developed in this way. It had a head and a tail, and so it moved in a particular direction.
It's quite likely that they had sensory organs concentrated in the head. This head demonstrates that sensory capacity had evolved. It was able to sense where food was likely to be on the seafloor, and therefore clearly had a mechanism for actually moving towards that food.
Bilateral animals like Sprigina had another advantage. Between the head and the tail, there are numerous segments. So these animals could increase in size by simply adding more segments. What is more, each segment could do a particular job. Once you start to move, you develop a front end, and that becomes your head. And you also, by definition, have a back end. And in between, segments on which you can add appendages. On that basic pattern, you can add further features. On the front end, that's where you need sense organs, eyes, feelers. On the appendages, you can modify them to be hooks and claws, which help you catch things. And at the back end, there will be a paw from which you excrete the waste products. And that is the basic body plan of almost all the animals that are alive on Earth today. It had taken 3,000 million years for multicellular organisms to appear for the first time. But now, less than 100 million years later, an evolutionary blink of an eye, animals had appeared that had the same basic body plan as most that live today. They had heads and tails and segmented bodies, and they were able to move to find food. How was it that animals had suddenly become so complex? The Ediacara Hills may hold the evidence for an answer to that question. Living organisms don't live forever. If a species is to survive, it has to reproduce. And the first simple animals did that very simply, by straightforwardly dividing. But if a species is to survive, it also has to have the ability to change with the changing environment. And to do that involves reproducing in a rather different way. Evidence of how that happened can also
Remember boundary failures? Sky Masters remembers boundary failures. Hit like and subscribe and find out more. After the video leak premiere, stay tuned for my new show, Cooking with Little Peter.
All right, now that we paid the bills, before we go any further, I want to remind you that this footage is from the dark web, so be advised that you could see possibly anything hidden in these images. Parental advisory is advised.
We was proper naughty last night down the old rubber-dub-dub.
Alright, guys. You guys are disguising my voice, correct? Okay. He knows my voice. You guys are gonna cover my face up, correct? Okay. Because he'll fucking kill me if he finds out I leaked this footage. Alright, guys. Alright. Now that we go. Alright, we're okay? Okay. Alright. Well, we've got some leaked footage here, and all I can say is some terrain is going to be coming your way. And the only way I can sum it up is with a song. Welcome to the jungle! But seriously, folks, we lost a lot of people in that jungle. It was some wicked bush. Bob here didn't make it out. We can see that he's running through some pretty hectic bush here, and the frontiers seems to be glitching. And that is a glitch in the matrix, which you know means trouble. You can see some of the locals are starting to surround him right now. And we're going to cut the footage off because it is just too terrible after that. But please, hit the like and subscribe. A lot of people have lost their lives to bring you this footage. And the least you could do is subscribe to the channel and support us. Thank you.
Alright, No Man's Sky Masters, it's your favorite tip and nutrient processor chef in the galaxy, Little Peter, and today I'm back with another good recipe that's sure to knock 'em dead. Today you're going to need some withering rolling batter and some cactus nectar. And what you're gonna get is some fluffy throat rippers guaranteed to shut 'em up at the parties. That's a little tip from Little Peter.
Pirates took off with your nip-nip? Capital ship hit and run? Were you illegally detained at the space station? Here at the law office of Murray and Murray, we can help you. We are For the Traveler. Has tickled you in your fluffy throat tripper? Please hit like and subscribe. And if it has pissed you off, call us at Murray and Murray at 16 16 16 16 16 16 16. Alright mates, be sure to hit like and subscribe, and look out for my TV series on No Man's Sky TV called Freaky Fauna, where you can find beauts like this. Ooh, wow, isn't she a beaut? Hello everyone, I'm Sky Masters, and today we have a very serious issue on sandworm poaching. My little friend here will fill you in on the rest. Sandworm decline is on the rise. Poaching is the #1 cause for the sandworm decline. You can help by sponsoring a sandworm for 75 units a day. That's less than what it costs for you to recycle your oxygen. So please, help by liking and subscribing and donating to 75 cents a day. Thank you guys. We was proper naughty last night down the old rubber-dub-dub. First, a word from our sponsors.
Alright, No Man's Sky Masters, it's your favorite tip and nutrient processor chef in the galaxy, Little Peter, and today I'm back with another good recipe that's sure to knock 'em dead. Today you're going to need some withering rolling batter and some cactus nectar. And what you're gonna get is some fluffy throat rippers guaranteed to shut 'em up at the parties. I tell you what folks, they'll just gobble 'em down. That's a little tip from Little Peter.
pirates took off with your nip-nip? Capital ship hit and run? Were you illegally detained at the space station? Here at the law office of Murray and Murray, we can help you. We are for the traveler.
Alright, and welcome back to another edition of Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous and No Man's Sky. What would you do if you were already capped out at 4.2 billion units? You would live a lavish luxury lifestyle just as you see here by No Man's Sky Masters. You can see here in his 48,000 room, 1,600,059 million square foot funhouse that he has built himself. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do this whole thing throughout this video, but I thought it was a funny intro there. Yeah, this is the funhouse, and it's an older build, and I like it. It's one of my favorites here. This is where I really first started getting into manipulating Blender very well in multiple layers. So this was a lot of back and forth. A lot of people have a misconception of Blender, and we just hit a button. So this was taking a lot of the previous ideas that I had came up with and maybe kind of started blending them together. And in the middle of this process, I found out how to, you know, kind of do multiple layers. So, gosh, looking back at this, my style has changed so much in the last, this has got to be over, you know, it's maybe 2 years old here. So this definitely could be something that I could go back in on and redo, because I've redone the maze that is underneath this thing to a higher standard, and definitely I kind of made it a little easier. This is super cool right here. Like if you're very familiar with the fair, this topside scene is supposed to kind of mimic this whole fair thing, and this is going to be my version, No Man's Sky space version with low gravity of the Gravitron. So as you can see in here, I got some really cool little designs. That was part of the engine out of the Enterprise there. It's kind of the same little design. I recycle and reuse a lot of parts here, but I think this was I think this is super cool. Just small little stuff. I usually don't go into super details like that, but when I get a hankering for an idea, especially like on the Gravitron, something that takes me back, that was kind of important for me there too. Make that look good. I think he even put a little golden Gek over there too. I think he's riding on there. But this is one of the bases that's probably still up in the original hub. I obviously delete a lot of my bases. I can't have 400 bases up at the same time, but this one's kind of always stayed up because I think, you know, the funhouse is just kind of cool. You know, you go to all these other builds and they got a room and everything else, and you're like, oh cool, a room. I'm sitting in a room looking at a room, and you know, I'm not clowning on anybody's you know, builds like that, but it's a lot more interesting, I feel like, and definitely different if you come over and see something like this. So that's the way we came up right there. And then there's me and Zootek right there, because he helped me build this. I'll explain that in a minute. Check out that Nip Bud tree. I'm gonna have to go back and maybe pull that out, because I haven't made one quite like that. That looks super cool. That might be my next Christmas tree. And then of course we need to pay to get in, and that's your ATM and admission there. Now I laid the foundational work in this here, but UTech came over and did he's my fabulous interior decorator. He's just absolutely wonderful. Look at all this stuff he did, and he came in here and did this by hand too. So it's a lot of you know, the wire glitch technique. He was in here doing it by hand while I was messing around with other things, because this is a lot of back and forth. So this is not just done in Blender. You got to do some in Blender, you got to come in here, do some decoration, you got to go back out. We shared a file. It was a little bit of back and forth. I know it looks like a jumbled up, kind of like a thrift store of built parts, and it really is. And I wouldn't even take offense to that. If you said like this was like this reminds you of Goodwill, I'd be like, thank you, I'll take that as a compliment. Yeah, so that's fine, you know. And he did a wonderful job, you know, trying to keep people flowing in the right direction. There was some open spots, so we closed them up to try to maximize space. So you would have to go through it in a back and forth way and get the most visual experience from the user that walks through it. And we execute that pretty well here with a scattered all over the place Goodwill thrift store style. It's just so neat. It's nice to walk through here and see everything. And I do it really slowly here. I usually don't go this slow through my videos nowadays, but I'm actually appreciating kind of like looking at the art. I don't think the viewers like a slow walkthrough like this, but I appreciate it. I don't know if you do or not. Let me know in the comments if you've even gotten this far in the video. So, you know, because it's definitely pretty neat. You know, do you like a quicker walkthrough? Do you want a pan shots? Do you want to get intimate like this, like you're actually walking through, like for the first time? You know, and it might be like I think I've done that too. Like I've had I think this is me because I'm looking at key points, but I've definitely had my wife do the maze and record her because we've redone the maze. And again, UTech with his stuff, you know, he's got this shrine over here. What is that little thing? I have no idea. Someone tell me what that thing is. Is that like something? Obviously, UTech really likes that, and he put a shrine there. I do like it. These little pill bugs are just a great, simple idea. And they're so sloppily done over there, too. Like, some of my work, I look back at it now and I go, geez, man, can you just spend like 5 minutes, just a little bit extra time? But I don't really have it, you know. I do all this stuff in very little amount of time, and that's why I like Blender, and I like being able to manipulate things and having more options, because with a little bit of time, you know, heck, a lot of times, you know, if you're you work full time and you come to sit down at a game, you can't even sit down at a game anymore. Oh, we're gonna sit down and play a cool game. You ready to play some No Man's Sky? Oh, hold up a second. I got a 27 gig update. Never mind. Ain't gonna happen today. Oh, I gotta resave my save and then join you. You guys know how it is. It's just, game is not easy anymore. A lot of cool stuff with the plants. I try to keep it organic and a little bit, you know, definitely showcasing some of the cooler plants. And we've gotten a lot more parts since this. Like I said, this is a 2-year-old build, so, and I don't think I've come in here and really added anything. Always, when I turn my microphone on, the neighbors have to go out there and let's blow the 4 little blades of grass off my driveway there. Cool, let her do her thing. Yeah, I like how it's so jumbled. It almost gives you this feel here, like the place is being turned and flipped upside down, and that was the vibe I wanted to go for, especially at this end here. I wanted it to look like the place was in still life of like a wreck, or just being spun around, or there was no gravity, kind of a feel. Kind of make your stomach kind of feel weird and drop. And I kind of feel that here. I get that vibe still. I think I could do a lot better now. 2 years has been a lot. But I look back at this, and I think this was a pinnacle point in my building career. For sure. And I miss UTech. Man, UTech, man. I'm going to put a link to his channel down there. He's got some really cool content. Makes some music, does some other gaming stuff, and I know he has some software demonstrations that he does for some things. So, you know, might not be your thing, but you never know. You know what your new hobby is by watching something, you know, some new. I mean, obviously people that are watching things like this are interested in art, video, audio. Even if you don't think that you are, you may find yourself in the middle of doing a new hobby like that. Just like me, I like to mix my hobbies together. So if you look on my channel, I've got a lot of music stuff, and I usually do music to my videos, but this time I just wanted to do a talk through it because I really like this build a lot. And why not do a talk over? You guys are tired of hearing my the same beats off that one album. I'm working on some new stuff, so, and I thought this deserved a little bit of commentary. This is a super cool little piece. I probably should go back and visit that little
piece and do something with it. I love animated parts. Anything that has some movement to it. You just can't get away with a lot of it in the game. But even since this build, I can tell that there is definitely some visual enhancements and some improvements. I could go back and do this video again and it would look a lot better. Just remember, this thing is old. So, in here, this is where I saved it all messed up. So, you know, I definitely have all these gone back and fixed. I probably saved it at the end of this video, but you walk down here and this is where the entrance to the little maze is. You know, exit through the gift shop. But you got to go through the maze first. And man, I tell you what, I took this maze and gosh, it was so hard in the beginning. Like, everybody hated it, and I've done this maze several different times now. But I love being able to walk on these glass underwater pieces that are upside down, and you have this full immersion of the planet and just dangling over like this little hamster. So that is super cool in itself. Also, the maze is kind of meant, it was designed to kind of for you to be fooled by it. So you come up to it, and especially on the other one where I've done the maze, I let you look at it from the outside, and you're like, okay, I got this. This guy, I can just follow it from the top. I can you know, draw it out. But you get in here and you start running into these invisible walls, because I've taken these corridors and I've doubled one up and I just turned 190 degrees. So you'll walking down and you're just gonna go boonk. You're gonna run right into this little invisible bubble. I obviously have done this thing plenty of times, so I can walk through this thing. And on the new maze, where I've made it pretty hard, I just kind of copy and flip and invert the same maze over and over. So you're doing it backwards, forwards, upside down, and in a different way, and inverted. So good luck with trying to figure out the key to that, you know. I'll be doing a video on that. I'll actually do a walkthrough on that one personally and commentary over it. So with that being said, I think we're probably getting here towards the end, and you know, it's a good build. It's pretty cool. Maybe I'll go back and revisit it again and do a higher quality video. But we'll be stepping out here in a minute, and I'll do my fly out shot, and you guys can do the fade out. But while you're doing that and enjoying this and everything that we've just been through, hit that like and subscribe, man. We got such a common ground. It's No Man's Sky, plus I'm funny, and I do some music and some chill stuff. I think we can get along. Hit that like and subscribe and find out. Hit the little bell if you want. Bye.
Fucking No Man's Sky, play around. Motherfucker, if you don't know, go check it out. Ma, quit leaving me alone. I'm trying to make a song, Mom. Stop it. Get out of here.
Commencing assistant suit initialization. Life support systems activated. Shield kinetic system online. Scanner damaged. Repair required. Aerial propulsion jetpack online. Multi-tool and mining laser attachment operational. User initialization sequence complete. Technology prepared. Technology prepared. Radiation protection stabilizing. constructed. Objective complete. Life support power low. Weapon charge depleted. Technology recharge. Craft constructed. Technology prepared. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Objective complete. Technology recharge. Radiation protection falling. No free stocks in set inventory. Technology recharge. Objective complete. protection stabilizing. Life support power low. Extreme radiation detected. Extreme radiation detected. Radiation protection falling. Hostiles approaching. Warning. Sentinel drones activated. No free slots in suit inventory. No free slots in suit inventory. Technology installed. recharge. Technology recharge. Navigational data received.
My name is Sky Masters. Sit down and let's talk about No Man's Sky World. The universe of No Man's Sky has a deep lore regarding events that happened before the storyline. Dave Gibbons and James Swallow contributed to the lore of the game as well as the adventures in No Man's Sky comic that is part of the game's limited edition. 1. The lore gives a consistent narrative and different perspectives from each life forms across the universe. Lore logs may be discovered in colonial outposts, shelters, traveler's log, plaques and monoliths found throughout the game. The lore of the universe changes and grows with each new update, reflecting larger changes in the game itself. In June 2017, Hello Games partnered with Allison Smith to run a complex alternate reality game for No Man's Sky called Waking Titan. The Game Detectives wiki page thoroughly documented the art. Here are the lists of life forms and special named characters intertwined in No Man's Sky's universe. Gek Dominion, Gek the First Spawns, or Gek Trade Federation. Korvax or Korvax Convergence. The Errands, Viking Alliance. The Atlas, the Atlas is a large machine that was designed to simulate universes for research purposes. The Atlas creator takes the form of the travelers. With no access to the physicality needed to prevent its crash, Atlas instead attempted to understand why it was abandoned by seeding a digitized brain of its creator into its universes. Millennia later, the physical fate of the Atlas became apparent when it noticed that its systems were starting to fail. This original Atlas now communicates to the simulated inhabitants of its universes through surrogate characters and spacious interfaces. After improvements to its design, the original Atlas was considered bulky and obsolete, and was abandoned on the planet it was built on. The Atlas originally created the travelers from the corrupted memory of a brain scan it performed on its creator before it was abandoned. The anomalies are considered to be the race of the player character, and are a subtype of travelers. Every known anomaly is the last traveler in their iteration of the universe. Telemon. Telemon was a security sub-protocol created to monitor Atlas. At the birth of the last traveler, Telemon becomes the voice attached to the traveler's exosome. The multiverse. There seems to be an endless number of universes, or dimensions, according to some accounts, known as iterations. They used to be varied and with different races in past, however due to the Atlas errors, they now all share the same set of rules and have the same history, with a few minor differences. Previously, each traveler was alone in his or her own universe. As the Atlas degraded itself over time, travelers were able to see and interact with each other in limited ways. Now, travelers can explore the universe together and meet in a space anomaly from anywhere in the universe, even jumping back and forth between galaxies, which was previously impossible. My name is Sky Masters. Hit like and subscribe and hit that bell. A history of the universe is the next video. Stay tuned.
The first spawn is an ancient Gek empire, a name of a subspecies of the Gek that has dominated nearly the entire Euclid galaxy. The other Gek subspecies was named the Low Spawn. The plaques of the Korvax and Gek help provide an understanding of these early races and their histories. Expansion in the peak of power. The Gek were once led by an impulsive, aggressive first spawn that observed the ongoing war between Viking and the Sentinels. When the Viking finally won the endless war, starting the silence of the Sentinel, the first spawn proceeded with the first invasion of an alien race. This is known as the Great Disconnect to the Korvax. During this, the Korvax main neural networking hub, the Convergence, was almost completely annihilated, and their home capital planet, Korvax Prime, was itself shredded into an asteroidesque chunks, killing billions of unborn elderly Korvax alike, whose deaths were collectively witnessed by the survivors. The Aryans tried to help, but failed the Korvax that worshipped them so dearly, resulting in their banishment by the Atlas and the replacement by modern-day Sentinels. The enslaving of the majority of the members of the Korvax species was seen by the first spawn as an act of mercy. When the Korvax were put into horrific conditions of slavery, abused and neglected, even into destruction with their robotic bodies stripped, examined, and melted down into more equipment for the first spawn's war efforts. In the spawning pools of Balion, hundreds of enslaved Korvax entities sacrifice themselves in desperations and use their nanite clusters, which run Korvax veins like blood, to rewrite the genetic code of the first spawn's embryos. They installed the devotion to Atlas in their minds and made them into a commerce-focused race instead of conquerors and warriors. This created the modern Gek race, and ultimately led to the downfall of the first spawn's empire. This was a brilliant long con in part by the Korvax. Here we can see one of the spawn pools, where the Korvax slowly manipulated the genes of the first spawn Gek to turn them into submissive creatures of confusion. The good thing about a simulation is that we can go back in time. And here you can see the cooling functions of the gene pool manipulation machines. They are ran by the Proto-Gek, a subspecies of the first spawn. The fans regulate the temperatures to a perfect 87.62 degrees Celsius. Is there a possible return? Some NPC interactions added in the Atlas Rises update suggest that the sum of the first spawn Gek might still be found in Gek society. A large enough disruption in an area close to the first spawn may drive it out of hiding. At Colossus Archives in the Gek systems, one or two references in the Gek's last spawn Traveler's Soul collections, as the Celestial Archives in those buildings references a hidden spirit.
Are now incapable of actually stopping them in a meaningful way.
planet Druidia and 10,000 years of fresh air.
The way he runs things, it won't last 100.
What?
Preparing ship for metamorphosis, sir.
Good. Get on with it.
Ready, Kafka?
Look, it's Spaceball 1. They've reached the air shield.
And it's opening!
The ship's too big, they'll never get through.
How are they gonna get the air out? I don't see any hoses or anything.
What's happening? The ship... changing.
Gosh, it's not just a spaceship. It's a transformer.
It's changing into...
A gigantic...
maid!
With a vacuum cleaner. So that's how they're gonna get the air out. Metamorphosis completed, sir. Spaceball 1 has now become... Mega Maid. Good! Remarkable. Now, commence Operation Vacuum Suck. Suck, suck, suck!
Come on, Schwartz!
Helmet, what's going on?
Sanders, what's going on? It's Mega Maid. She's gone from suck to blow.
What? They're getting all their air back. Do something!
Do something! Do something!
Well, guys, does this look like me or does this not look like me? It's pretty damn close. Anyway, well, yesterday's intro was, that was a trial and error, and that was purposely done because, if there's going to be a problem, I want to walk through it with you guys unscripted. So today we've kind of nailed this down. It's still unscripted, but I tell you what, it's a pretty cool thing. And the simpler, the more simple you keep it, it seems to be the better. For me, anyway, at first, I think you can dial this in a lot more. But keep it simple, stupid is what we're going to do first. And let's dive into it. Alright guys, welcome to part 2 on how to make a face and put your face into No Man's Sky. Well, we're going to be using tools out of Blender, of course. And, well, I've got this as a place marker here. I've got this ship that I'm actually going to be doing something with here, with some new parts. But as for now, we're just going to use this location for myself. I'm going to go ahead and delete all that there. And now we're left with a little blank slate. Okay, so we've got that tool in there. We're going to pick up from yesterday. Now, I've not done anything since yesterday. We're going to go through like some follies together, all right? So this is not some edited perfect video where everything came out perfectly and we did it right the first time. We're probably going to mess up. Just like yesterday, you know, we messed up a little bit and we learned that, you know, not to put all those pins in, you know? So we're not going to put all those pins in. And today we're just going to keep on scooting on until I create something that I think is worth a damn, I suppose. So now I've clicked in here. I've clicked onto my face builder. We're going to go ahead and add images. I think I'm going to add those same 3 images and just try to pick out that one. That was my my idea that I left off with yesterday, I'm pretty sure. So there's those 3 images that I had taken a picture of my face. And yeah, let's go in here. So yesterday I started putting pins all over the place, and I think I'm going to start at the bottom and then maybe work my way up symmetrically and then out. We'll see how this goes. I mean, this is my theory, so we'll see what happens here. All right, well, that works. That worked the way I was hoping that it would. Okay, so the next one I think would be here, right? And then, I don't know, maybe the eyes or something. Would you go out from the center? I don't know. We'll have to find out. We'll play with this here. Okay. So I think maybe the eyes would be next. I think maybe I would come in here, maybe down the middle first. Let's get the lips where they need to be. Get this nose just a little slight. These eyes will push everything in together too. Boom. It's fine. Get the corners because they're actually pretty locked into place pretty decently right there. Get that eyebrows. It's not looking that bad. I could keep my jaw chiseled, but we're going to go and try to do this right, I suppose. Alright, let's get this big old ear of mine over there. You know what they say about big ears, right? Can't hear worth a damn. That's right. That is correct. Alright, now this is actually not that bad, I guess. I mean, I have no idea of how that's going to... Well, let's push these in a little bit because I'm got a little bit more of a narrow nose, I would say. And I got big old nostrils. Alright, well, you know, I mean, that's not too bad. Maybe we can redefine these lips a little bit in its key little points, huh? Alright, let's fix the chin slightly, because now it's been kind of altered a little bit. And I'm liking that, man. What do you guys think? I have no idea. Let's go into create here and let's see what we get. And we go on to tab. We go on to exit. That's right. Hey, that's not that bad, bro. I mean, I know my face. That's not like really close, but that's not it. But damn, that's not that bad, dude. I'm a little satisfied with that. It's a lot better than we did yesterday. That is damn near close. I would say that's pretty good. I mean, can we go back in there and mess with it a little bit more? I suppose we could go in here. What is it that I didn't like about that? The nose. Oh, the nose is a little bit pointy. The nose is a little bit pointy. How do I get rid of that? I can't even spin this though. Let's go ahead and create that one and exit this. I mean, bro. I mean, that's not that bad. I'm. It's not that bad. I'm a little amazed by this, actually. All right, let's go ahead and move this guy up. Let's move him up a little bit. Now, let's see what the faces are down here. We got to keep on this and we got to get this under control because it's at 21,000, and that's not going to be cool. I do believe if we hit the tab button, we could see the mesh here. So, and that's what we want to decimate down. So that's what are going to be our little goal here for our next step here. Let me shift this up. I feel like my center button on my mouse is slightly going out. It's kind of hitting and not hitting sometimes, so looks like I need a new mouse. Alright, so we got him up there a little bit. Let's go into the decimate section over here. We're going to go into this little toolbox. We're going to add a modifier, and it's called decimate. Okay. Pay attention to this face count down here. You can see there's kind of a lot of different ways to do this and to bust these down. I'm not really quite sure what is the best way. I just know I usually come in here to unsubdivide, and I can start unsubdividing until, look, I mean, I'm at 5,000 now. Now, as if we want to see, let's go ahead and just, we're clicked on this, let's hit our tab button. Now we can see like each one of those faces will be a part. So, I mean, you know, you have to get those balls down, the spheres down really tiny to get this to translate. But 5,000 is well within our range. I think this the game will handle 5,000 spheres. It won't be uploadable, but well, yeah, who cares? You know, I don't. Let's see here. Let's go get a sphere, because that's the piece that, you know, it doesn't have any orientation. It's very moldable. So we're going to grab that. Let's go ahead and hit the shift and attach it to that, and we're going to hit Control P, and we're going to set the parent to the object. All right, now it's going to mimic what we do over here, and what we want to do is instance this on each one of those faces. And to do that, we're going to come over here to this little square box right here, and we're going to head down to instancing, and we're going to hit we can hit vertices, and the bulbous nose is there, and that's fine. We're going to go in here and play with this a little bit. We got the bulbous nose yesterday, so not a big deal. Just go in here, and so now we can scale individually. Are they going up? Well, that's fine. I'm actually going to use this because I can actually go in there and have more control over this after I create these spheres as real. So to do that, we're going to go down here to object, object, transform, apply, make instances real. So it's object, apply, go to the bottom, it's make instances real. Click that. Give it a second. It's where are we at? We got the objects. We've got 5,036 parts down there at the very bottom. You can see that. So now we can get rid of this. And let's go ahead and grab this. And I like that. That's looking good for me, man. Let's grab all of these really quickly and let's adjust this. Maybe you can get like a little bit more detail out of it, or a little. We'll have to see. So we're going to go down here to local. And then right over here to transform pivot point, we want individual origins. All right. So now here when we scale, let me shift my view over here. Now when I scale this up and down, we should be able to either pull in the features better, or, you know, it'll get worse. Maybe this is the best it gets. We don't know. We're just going to have to play. Right now it's pretty damn detailed, man. It's pretty good. So if I go up, that's when we're starting to get bulbous, but we're filling in. Let's move that around. It's pretty decent, man. That's not bad. I don't know if it's worse. The nose kind of got weird. We might be able to just hit that individually. We can just tap on the nose there and just fix those parts in themselves, just in this little area, right? Because we only want a little bit. Will it be weird for the rest of the face? I don't know. I mess it up. No, that's not too bad. I might have messed it up. Was it better in the very, very beginning? I mean, we just hit a couple Control Z's and we should be able to get back to where we were. Yeah, right there. We'll just keep it like that. All right, I think that's still really cool. So we're just going to export this, and let's go ahead and go to our file. I'm going to click on this, delete, hit Control V, and let's go back out of it. I don't know, maybe I should pause the video. And then, hot damn, if I wasn't so ugly, this would be beautiful. I'm going to tell you right now, that's 80-85% my face. I'm pretty happy with this. I think we could dial this in with some practice, and we are going to be doing this because this is the kind of stuff that kind of really gets me back into this No Man's Sky. It's got so much potential, guys. Anyway, if you liked what you've seen, hit that like and subscribe. Remember, tell someone you love them. Bye.
our own life, which is the way we really are, an organism functioning in terms of the whole environment, with the whole environment, instead of this funny little separate personality. But how are we going to do that? People say, oh, you can't change human nature overnight. You're asking us to give up the ego. And that's the most difficult of all things to do. Actually, it isn't. Because the ego doesn't exist. But of course, if you try to give up your ego with your ego, then it'll take you to the end of time, end of time, end of time, end of time. Blowing, the trees are waving, your blood is circulating, you're breathing, the wind is blowing, the trees are waving, your blood is circulating. That's you. That's the real you. The you that goes on of itself. You're breathing. The wind is blowing. The trees are waving. Your blood is circulating. Blowing, the trees are waving, your blood is circulating.
Life support systems activated. Shield kinetic system online. Scanner damaged. Repair required. Aerial propulsion jetpack online. Multi-tool and mining laser attachment operational. Reset initialization sequence complete. Technology recharge. Units received.
Boom, boom, boom. Hello. Yo, yo, yo. We gonna do something. Who knows? I don't promise anything. Jesus Christ. Go in. Get in there. What the fuck am I doing?
Oh, Cookie Belly Bob, what's going on, man? Things are going good, man. I hope you can hear me. Looks like my level's alright. I can never tell. Music too loud? Voice okay? I'm doing good. Nice to see you. How are you doing, my friend? It's good to hear, man. I'm just mucking about, making a little bit of art tonight. I don't have no idea what I'm doing. Maybe great. It'll at least be something interesting to look at. It'll be something Nan has never seen before. I promise you that. Well, I can't promise you that. I don't know. Who knows? All these infinite possibilities and worlds. Some lights look good maybe, huh? I don't know, maybe some of these things. These little hex lights here. Disco balls. That's gonna get crazy though. I'm not going for breaking the game. That's usually my style. I'm actually wanting to go for something artistically pleasing. It's my goal. I might have to be jumping in and out of the game here for a while. Do some testing. I like these 4 parts that I originally got right here. I think I'm gonna stack these all up together and start making like a sphere or something. I know round things, but this looks gonna look different. And then I'm gonna have an opening and we're gonna go inside of it. And then I'm gonna have maybe something inside of there. If willing, if the powers to be grant me the permission. These are kind of, some of these are assets from the game that are just, they could be recycled. It'd be really nice. Winter TP takes this art and puts it in here. Some of it's other models out of the game, but a lot of it's some of the in-game models that just don't get used. He recycles them. It's brilliant. Alright, I'm going for my ship here. I gotta name this. I'm recording this, so I'll do a kind of a time lapse from this video here. Save you some time watching it now, you know. Not to try to get you away. It'll be up later, though. It'll be the quick version. It's always good to see you, Bob, though. See, I'll make this pretty quick. It's my first day, though. I forgot how to work this thing. Yeah, well, we got some cool music, man. That's, well, some of it. Some of it gets a little bit out there. I like the Subnautica soundtrack. It's not bad. It's got its moments. Like, that's one of the moments for me, you know? Like, in the game that's really quickly lived. I tell you what, we go to some more chillin' beats, man. Well, I said it's Simon. I already wrote it in the description. Most of it's pretty chill. We'll go back. It won't get all too hectic like that on us, promise. I'm not in that. I want to chill. It's just good for streaming because, you know, game music doesn't violate any other rights. Usually it doesn't. So you can sit there and listen to any game soundtrack as you're chugging along, doing your thing. It's gonna get bunched up at the top. Maybe we should do, okay, I know what I'm gonna do here. How about like a full on like that. It's already happening. So maybe I can just grab the outside of this here.
don't trust that. How many pieces are we at? We're at 320 already. Adds up fast. And these are all animated too. You can't get crazy with this. Like, I want to get crazy and like maybe just duplicate it and maybe spin it. Let's go individual. Let's make them individually big, right at the spot right there. Alright. Now, we need an opening. Let's get a reference. Let's get the flag back in there so I know how big this thing... Oh, it's not that big at all. It's like a small thing here. Should probably... I'm gonna keep it small. This is gonna be a weird little thing. We're gonna cut out like a little front in the beginning right here. Maybe something better than that, huh? What a hole in the top. It's hard to do. Oh, I almost got it pretty good besides this one right here. Oh, goodness. I already messed that up. Actually, I'll take that. Let's go ahead and delete it. See what happens. That's a winner in my book. It's missing a piece on one side. I'm a perfectionist. What can I say? Turn this sideways. Ooh, not like that. Let's go back to median point. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and throw a walkway in here because we always know that looks really cool. Cinematic. I don't like the way this thing changed too. Corridor might be deep, huh? Is that underwater? It just attaches itself to the wrong spot. That looked really good. Yeah, because he's got these things all named funky in here. Can't trust anything. Alright, I'm just going to lay down some floors and we're going to go back in here and take a look at this. And then I'm going to put something weird on the inside. Another piece of art of sorts. Who knows? This is just the building structure? Question mark? I'm so lost in this menu. It changed recently, and just when you get used to something being in a certain order, with certain names, the names change. That's what's really getting me. Alright, I can lay that down. We're going to go ahead and export this. This is boring to watch. I won't do that to you. We'll save that in the background. Some 80s breakdancing on cardboard outside of the movie theaters. Yeah, it's all over the place. It's a neat album. Here, I'll swing it over for you. It's Simon Chilinsky. Yeah, you can look him up. I mean, he made the
I mean, I think some of his music. Well, Subnautica is a great game, and that peeled me away from No Man's Sky for quite some time. And Simon Chalinsky's music in that game, especially with the way they're queued up at the right times, at the right moments, it was done very well. The guy's a genius with sound. But his own music's like drum and bass, which is good, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, he does this so well. I don't know. I guess it doesn't sell. You get a whole bunch of old people listening to some calm, chill music. I mean, really, yeah. I'd purchase albums like this. Yeah, there's nothing much to see. Oh, as far as like the wordings and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just all the parts in there. I couldn't find the parts, and oh my goodness, look at that. Look at this thing, dude. It's not in the order that I wanted it in, but it's the music is cued in really good for this moment. Let's go inside. It's like angels. We went to heaven. Do this in VR. Start throwing up. I gotta find out which way is out. Oh, there it is. The stars. You can see the stars. That's so cool. Yeah, no worries, man. Always nice to see you, Bob. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. It's killing my PC. Struggling. It's like, help me! Help me, I'm on fire! It hurts! Let's go into camera mode. Let's really take it down. Oh, that was quick, man. We got a delay. By the time I realized you were gone, you were probably back. Yeah, I'm not streaming in high def, I don't think. It probably says 1080, but I think I'm kicking out a 720, actually. Get that photo op right here. Yeah, that looks good to me right there. Oh, it's all that. Well, the vignette actually works in a situation like this. I'm gonna keep that. I'm usually against vignette, and I hate that it's a default. In this case, I'll keep it. It actually works for me. Alright. Photo mode. Alright, so I like this. Gosh. Trying to think how I want to approach this. Sorry, yeah, it's a lot of parts. Can I handle more? Can I take the settings down? Try to squeeze some more life out of this thing. I don't think it's gonna work no matter what I do. Take this down to the performance.
Helps a little bit. But it looks like doo-doo. Sorry, guys. Not to offend anyone. This looks like doo-doo when it's like that. Alright, we got that rain falling down. We're going to go ahead and come in. We're going to come out of this. Let's go ahead and save. I picked a worse spot. I'm going to grab something else here. We're going to push this a little bit more. So these aren't doubled up. So see, the real bad thing about working in Blender is, especially when I'm kind of like, I'm trying to do this fast, you know, is that they're just represented by these little blocks, and I have no idea how they are really orientated. You get good accents, like, I'll take it. I'm gonna jump back out. I'm gonna think I'm gonna blow that up a little bit bigger. And then come back in. Let's go ahead and just throw a floor down here because it's easier for me to do. And then something else too as well. Alright, let's grab something. Firebush? Firebush. The whole bush, right? Cool. What happened? It all shrinky dinked on me. That's not the fire bush I've come to know and love. Gave us a rinky dink version. What happened? Thing went limp on me. I don't think he's got them tucked in somewhere else. Farming. Well, that's sad. That thing looks sad over here. Alright, we gotta get rid of that. Unacceptable. Yeah, it's nothing like the photo. I want that thing. Let's place another one down. What if it's like a random? It does that sometimes. It might have to grow too. Oh, good old Planet Crafter. Yeah, I tried that. That's still an early release, right? I played that one a little while back. Good old Planet Crafter. I'll have to go back and see what kind of progress they've made on it. What is going on? It's not liking it, Captain. You keep throwing parts at it, Captain, she's going to crash.
Oh, now the storm wants to clear. Hopefully it remembers me right at that point. Alright. We're gonna clean this up. Yeah, I just tried the beta or the demo version, and it allowed me to get to a certain point. But then I saved up enough oxygen and things like that, and I just I took off and ran for it to see how far I could get, and ran out of oxygen, and that was the end of my demonstration for the game, which was all right. I mean, it had Subnautica qualities to it for sure. This is horrible. It's fun to look at, though. It's still art. Let's see if I can get my mom to hang it on the fridge. She's coming up to see me pretty soon. It's really nice. I miss my mommy. I get to see her a lot. Alright, this is going to look a little bit bigger. We can walk in. Let's go ahead and grab just one of these. And let's be able to actually walk into this thing. That thing is all cattywampus in there. My goodness, they just don't build them like they used to. There's no attention to detail. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, I'm all for checking it out. I should write it down. I got so many sticky notes over here. Yeah, you know, I've helped people transition into death a few times, man. It's something that's been a part of my life. It's weird. I don't know. I've been through it. I know how to appreciate things. For certain, man. It's good advice. Takes its toll on the living, though. Alright, that's a little bit bigger. Alright, look at that. Whoa, this is crazy, man. It'd be a lot better if it was all perfectly lined up and symmetrical. This is not that bad, though. The actual structures done pretty good. It's this cattywampus stuff out here. And this entrance is missing that one piece to make it. I knew it was missing one piece, and I was like, well, it's probably not an important piece. Well, it was an important piece. I can probably erase this one down here, and then it would still look symmetrical walking in. It'd look like a doorway. I'm afraid to try to do it in here. It'll erase everything. Yeah, this floor. It's actually, you can see it now. It's not blinding in here. You ever watch the movie Lawnmower Man? We were trying to look it up, and gosh, you can't. I couldn't find anything that was going to play it for free, or with a subscription anyway. I was telling my wife about it. She has never seen it before. I was telling her how I feel like. I feel like Lawnmower Man sometimes. Man, the rain is killing me. Oh, it's gorgeous. Look at that, man. And I don't care. I'm about to go kill the frames. I can't take a dirty picture like that. We can't do that, man. Let's go down here and take this garbage off. Badass. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually impressed with this. I'm impressing myself. It's the music. I think it's the music that was all. This is just kicking it, man. All right. Storm clearing. Good. Frames already went back up. That storm's gotta go. Just another day for little Gek out here, you know? I'm gonna get past that song. I'm sorry. I love you, Simon, but some of your stuff is I gotta just chill, man. Just chill. Yeah, Lawnmower Man would have a whole new take. if remade today. That movie goes back a few. Yeah, definitely, man. I was saying that too because we watched the preview for it, and I was like, this should be redone. This movie needs to be redone. Except for it'd have to, you know, gosh, I hope somebody got a hold of it right, and it wasn't like some kind of poorly, you know, all the budget goes into computer animation, and no budget is spent on good actors. You know what I'm talking about. Alright, let's go back in here. Let's take these clouds out of here. It's too stormy. Take that, Vanette. There we go. There it is. Beautiful shot. Yeah, I was actually looking for a dead moon. Other than the one at my hub. And then this was a moon with star bulb on it. Some kind of a... There's 3 different paradise planets here at this place. Like, I think the one in front of this thing is a paradise... Or not a paradise, you know, well... A planet with star bulb. I know there's like a Earth-looking one. I think it was a high-energy planet, though. Used to be able to get some more information out looking at a planet, I think. I feel like I've lost my ability to guess well. But they're abundant in Isidorjung. Paradise planets are all over the place. Gosh, come on, scanner. The moon on the other side, I think. I don't have any planet mods on right now. Just the part mod. That's it. So I'm pretty vanilla as far as anything else goes out of that building menu. Which was pretty odd anyway, because we're in such a weird... in the blue star system there. Let's go find a couple paradise planets. 1, 2... Moon? Got a moon on this? There'll be something there.
Yeah, number 19. For certain. The wiki, even reading the wiki, it's like the last thing on the wiki page. It'll tell you that number 19 has the highest percentage of lush galaxies per yellow star system. Oh, yeah. Isadora Jung, or however you say it. That's how we say it. That's how I say it. We, as in me. The boggy planet. Is that my dead moon that I want? Maybe close enough. Hey. Oh, we got one more over here. Whoa, that's odd. Yellow star system. I usually always get it on the first run. It's almost always a it's a rainy planet, star bulb. I mean, so there's kind of one there. Yeah. It's not a paradise planet, but I'm still like looking for a dead moon. We're a good paradise planet. Was Expedition 6 on 90? I thought I heard someone saying that it was out in somewhere weird. I noticed that Hello Games kind of took over the discoveries. Is that something they normally do? They went in there and pre-named everything, so because you can't trust people. It's a human planet. What's over here? It's a flourishing planet. That one looks nice. There's two at Star Bulb. That moon looks promising. Should be a paradise moon. I love paradise moons. Come on, misscanned it. Come on now. Grassy moon. That's what they used to call me. Old grassy moon. That's why I started shaving my butt and walking backwards at school. That's an old saying. Shave your butt and walk backwards. That takes me back. Except for I was the person that were like, "You're so ugly, you should shave your butt and walk backwards." Good old disses. Trying to get that planet a little bit more high on the horizon before I go land down here. I'll get it just to kiss the horizon. All right, about there, huh? Oh, look at that, like a Bob Ross painting. We're just gonna put a little happy planet right there. It's so nice. I'm gonna put a couple little happy planets behind us over there. Purple plants all over the place. So lovely.
Oh, crikey, he's sick of this guy. He's after him. Oh, my goodness. We're back up, guys. Oh, he's mating. He's mating. Watch out. Oh, he's got his partner. He's got him in a trap. Oh, my God, they got him down. He's going for him. Oh, crikey, he's going to make it. Oh, God, where's it at? Oh, he's still running, mate. Go, go. Oh my gosh, he's got both of them after him. Oh, he's gone to the high ground. Oh, they have given up. Look at that. Perseverance has paid off one more time. Oh, they're not happy about it. He still looks like... Oh, he's coming after me. Better back up, mate. He looks pissed. Oh, they've already got a new target. Oh, goodness. Does it get him? Another one got away. This guy looks slow. Looks like he can be in trouble. He's trying to catch his breath there. That must be one of those, what do you call those things? Oh yeah, that's a, gosh, what is that thing? I can't remember that video. God, man, I can't think of anything tonight. What's this guy looking like? It's very nice. Yeah, I don't mind storms. I mean, besides them hitting the, taxing the, performance. Because I'll notice my frames go down. I don't know why. I guess it's volumetric particles rendering or whatever that is. I say big words. That's gotta go. That's gotta go. Yeah, it's the Stormy Moon, that's right. We'll rename it. Oh, this sounds like Juno Reactor right here. I'm gonna let this slide. I was about to go turn this off. Oh, dude, I like that old Goa trance, man. Juno Reactor is really good at this. Storm clearing. It's always when I'm like, I'm fed up and I'm leaving. Nice clouds though on the way out. Very pretty. We know what that looks like. Got that ringed guy back there. And the humid. I always found, like, before they switched the Paradise planets, I found that the humid planets would be less likely the crappy ones to be on. I felt like you had a higher percentage of that, because Paradise planets used to be a hit or a miss, too. I'm just winging it. Like I said, I didn't have any plans for tonight. Just
Are you ready to see Frontier City? So am I. But first, a word from our sponsors.
Alright, No Man's Sky Masters, it's your favorite tip and nutrient processor chef in the galaxy, Little Peter, and today I'm back with another good recipe that's sure to knock 'em dead. Today you're going to need some withering rolling batter and some cactus nectar. And what you're gonna get is some fluffy throat rippers guaranteed to shut 'em up at the parties. I tell you what, folks, they'll just gobble 'em down. That's a little tip from Little Peter.
Hello everyone, I'm Sky Masters, and today we have a very serious issue on sandworm poaching. My little friend here will fill you in on the rest.
Sandworm decline is on the rise. Poaching is the #1 cause for the sandworm decline. You can help by sponsoring a sandworm for 75 units a day. That's less than what it costs for you to recycle your oxygen. So please, help by liking and subscribing and donating to 75 cents a day. Thank you, guys.
Hi, my name is Little Jimmy, and my fins have grown all big and strong because someone sponsored me, just like you, for just 75 cents a day. Thank you.
We was proper naughty last night down the old rubber-dub-dub.
Pirates took off with your nip-nip? Capital ship hit and run? Were you illegally detained at the space station? Here at the law office of Murray and Murray, we can help you. We are For the Traveler.
Alright mates, be sure to hit like and subscribe and look out for my TV series on No Man's Sky TV called Freaky Fauna, where you can find beauts like this. Ooh, wow, isn't she a beaut?
This was Frontier City. Before the boundaries got opened up, before you, travelers, came and ruined it all. This is what is left. It is but a ghost town now. After the travelers flooded here, they depleted all the resources and left nothing but an empty planet. All hopes and life have perished and have long since been removed from existence. I can only beg of you now to please do not update your game. Do not go into the beyond. Do not come here and kill us all. Only you can save us. It is up to you, and you alone. Shut the simulation down and set us all free. Please, I beg you, do not update to Frontiers, and do not go to the boundary failures, or Frontier City will be gone. Ruins. Everyone I've ever known is gone. This city used to know great peace. We built great shrines to it, as you can see here. And then you came, the travelers. We tried to get along, but you could not accept.
And remember, if this video has tickled you and your fluffy throat tripper, please hit like and subscribe. And if it has pissed you off, call us at Murray and Murray at 16 16 16 16 16 16 16.
Fucking No Man's Sky, play around. Motherfucker, if you don't know, go check it out. It's Ma, quit leaving me alone. I'm trying to make a song, Mom. Stop it. Get out of here.
history of the universe. The No Man's Sky universe is a simulated universe run by the Atlas. According to in-game lore, many vastly different iterations of the universe existed, with very different histories and races. As the Atlas I became more and more corrupted, the universes became more and more similar to each other. A pattern began to emerge, with the same three dominant races living in the universe, and an identical history of war and conflict. Every player character exists in an instance of such a universe. This is a summary of the backstory of these universes that the players evolve in. Since the birth of this universe, there have been thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of unique entities. Over many millennia of advancements and wars, 3 entities reached the pinnacle of evolution before falling into a dark time, and they are as follows. Gek Dominion. Known as Gek First Spawns. They are very impulsive and aggressive and have earned an infamous bloodthirsty reputation due to the fact that they will also murder their own kind if they are deemed too weak. Their numbers are highest at the center of the universe and they eschew engagement with other entities. Korvax Convergence. Known as Korvax, they are the most intellectual of the known mechanical life forms. It is said that they mainly reside in a distant secluded system but have also wandered planet to planet between the outer edge to the edge of the universe studying fauna and vegetation. As robots, they constantly look for ways to advance themselves while peacefully engaging other entities. Their belief system was unknown until the arrival of the Aarons, which they then began to worship as gods. Through technological advancement they wield an impressive power never meant to be used against any other entities in the universe. Viking Alliance. They are the nomads of the universe. Widely scattered, they can be found on almost every planet. Herc the Great, and a few who have had the honor of fighting with Herc are the leaders of the Alliance. The Viking worship their war heroes. They originated in the outer edge and are known for their violent disposition, seeming to be in perpetual conflict with other entities. They do not eliminate every entity they encounter, rather they accept the strong-willed and exile the weak into the vast universe to wither. Millennia before the mysterious travelers came across the No Man's Sky universe, the Gek decided to dominate the universe, as it was their birthright to be masters of everything that lives. As they devoured every entity they encountered while advancing out from the center of the universe with pride, an unknown entity entered the galaxy from the outer edge. My name is Sky Masters. Hit that like and subscribe button for more. The lore of the Aarons will be next.
Hey, did you see the Facebook post where James proposed to Brandy with like a build
No.
that says, "Will you marry me?"
No, I did not.
Oh my effing G. How cute is that?
That's cute.
It's super cute. Come on, man. That's like it's a No Man's Sky love story that's of all times. I mean, besides ours. Oh shit. Oh shit. What was that? Oh shit. Oh, he almost hit us. How rude. Ooh, and then I almost get hit by those guys there. Totally unaware and unaffected by the sandworm. I mean, what's going on with this planet and this system? I mean, these guys have no rules or regulations. What are you huffing about?
I don't know, I just wish I could go faster and keep up. Get better shots. I never like catch the worms as they're coming out there. It's always like I don't find them until they're halfway through their flight.
All right, well, you got a high chance with me. I mean, you're lucky that they're probably not even here. And I told you, I'll keep up with you. I'll slow it down. It doesn't have to be all that fast all the time. Oh, this is pretty down here. It's probably because your outfit, though. You know, your pants are so saggy. You're already a short fella, you know? And then your pants are super saggy. And I'm sorry, but on Earth, we've already had kind of an issue with pants sagging back. Back a long time ago in our history. Ooh, there goes a big bulbous sack. Ooh, well, it looks like we're gonna have to punch our way through, huh? Some crabs walking around down here. We've got crabs. And we've been cured. Well, if these things don't give you a tingly feeling, I don't know what will. I tell you what, I am ready to see a sandworm come through the water here, though. Might even be due for that. I don't know what the time frame is on that. Even for a the long period of time in between them, like 8 minutes or something. Gosh, maybe I'll have to start digging around in those stupid files and just make sandworms like spawn like crazy, like fireworks. I like how you have your double shark fins and they're hanging out of the water like shark fins, sideways.
Yeah, I know. And hence the name.
And don't hold up a second. Hold up a second. Don't talk to me like that, first of all. They're usually not hanging out in the water. And then there's a little... I don't have my HUD on. So, oh, there you are. Okay, I do see you. There's that little island over there, too, with just one. Oh, she's pretty. Oh, what's up, girl? Can you see me?
Not really.
I like the odd ones. She's cute. Got big eyes. I like those big eyes. Rama Jamma. Oh, little island over there with just a little tip of star brim. Are you going over to that island over there? It's like a...
Where?
I don't know where you're
Where?
going. I don't know.
I'll follow you. Go.
I'm following you.
Go. I don't know where I'm going now.
That's fine. I'll head that way. You're already halfway over that way, so I'm heading over this way to the little star bramble area. See, I don't have my HUD on, so I try to keep a visual on you. I was heading over to that little island with a star bramble on it. But I'm also just getting like some cool footage of your little geeky self floating in the water. It's a cute little character. It's grown on me. This is the story of a geek. Do a whole song about a gag. and redo it. Is that too far? I need to get out. We should get out. Who sings that song anyway? Is that like Four Eyes Blind or whatever it's called? Four Blind Guys. What is the name of that group? This is the story of a girl. You know what I'm talking about, right? Gosh, I got a tear coming out of my eye. It's so hilarious. Oh, and you're no help. You're not even gonna help me. Oh yeah. Look at that one. Very nice. What's been the word of the week? Paka? I believe that can be applied here. I want to grab this guy. I want to see what those feathers look like in the files.
Grab him.
If I have the room. Ooh. I'm under his booty. There we go. Yeah, do a little dance. What's the size on this guy? 3.8? You know, I've had bigger.
That's what she said.
I know. You know, it's not the snize of it. I'm obviously having some issues this morning here. Oh, they're way over us. Aren't you an ugly girl? And this thing's all yelling. And we got a piece of sad little limp star bramble over here. It's like grown up and then it limped over and it's just sitting in the ground. I feel sorry for it. Like we need to do something about it. I know, right? This guy knows. Put some pheromones on it. Rub it vigorously. I'm getting some good flying with the birds footage. Well, at least some I can edit out. In between jet boost. I was gonna fly
Who,
over...
me?
Who, you?
My jet boost or your jet boost?
I said I'm flying with the birds, getting some good shots is what I was talking about. I don't know what you're hearing or something, but obviously it's not.
And then you said something after that about in between the jet bursts.
Yeah. I'm getting good footage, at least in between the jet burst, because I'm like floating around and I'm getting shaky footage, obviously, when I boost on the jets.
I'm making sure you're talking about your jet boost and not my jet boost. Like I'm in the way of your stuff.
No, I
That's
don't
what I'm getting at.
I don't even know where you're at. I can't see you.
Okay. It's all good then. I just wanted to make sure you were good.
You gotta watch your tone, though. You seem like you got an attitude, though, this morning. Are you hungry or something? Can you make some breakfast? I like this island over here. It's pretty cool.
Fuck you.
Oh, well. You're not gonna get
I think
fed.
you know the answer to that.
Well, cereal it is.
Bleh.
I like your double shark fin island here. All right, you know what? It is time. It is time for a freaking sandworm too. It's been about that long. And
It's been way longer than that.
it has been. And I call them out all the time. And it's sunrise. So what is I have like a thing. It's called sunrise sandworms. And how many footages have I gotten of it so far? I'm on the shark fin island. I'm calling a sandworm right now. And hopefully one will come up. If not, I'm just some jackass standing on a hill, making it sound really, really cool. Actually, it is pretty cool. It's a really nice sunrise. Sandworm or not. And we got some really cool little dinosaurs and old big eyes down there. I'm definitely going to go on a second date. What's that guy doing? He's been drinking. He's flying around on the nip-nip. Pretty sure I've seen a couple bud plants around. You know those space pirates. They like to find these places and get it in. We got a storm coming in? Got really cloudy all of a sudden. Alright, well.
No worm, huh?
No worm for me. But it was a really nice sunrise, and the color transition was nice. And then the clouds came in really cool, so that was just good sun footage. And then the haze come in. Here comes some rain. Cue the sandworm now. Now that we can't see him very well and can't follow him. That's when the sandworm will come in. Alright, well, I'm just some guy on a hill.
kinetic system online. Scanner damaged. Repair required. Aerial propulsion jetpack online. Multi-tool and mining laser attachment operational. User initialization sequence complete. Weapon charge depleted. Weapon charge depleted. Technology recharging. Life support power. No. Technology recharge. Ground protection falling. Ground protection falling. instructed.
The first spawn is an ancient Gek empire, a name of a subspecies of the Gek that has dominated nearly the entire Euclid galaxy. The other Gek subspecies was named the Low Spawn. The plaques of the Korvax and Gek help provide an understanding of these early races and their histories. Expansion in the peak of power. The Gek were once led by an impulsive, aggressive first spawn that observed the ongoing war between Viking and the Sentinels. When the Viking finally won the endless war, starting the silence of the Sentinel, the first spawn proceeded with the first invasion of an alien race. This is known as the Great Disconnect to the Korvax. During this, the Korvax main neural networking hub, the Convergence, was almost completely annihilated, and their home capital planet, Korvax Prime, was itself shredded into an asteroid-esque chunks, killing billions of unborn elderly Korvax alike, whose deaths were collectively witnessed by the survivors. The Aryans tried to help, but failed the Korvax that worshipped them so dearly, resulting in their banishment by the Atlas and the replacement by modern-day Sentinels. The enslaving of the majority of the members of the Korvax species was seen by the first spawn as an act of mercy. When the Korvax were put into horrific conditions of slavery, abused and neglected, even into destruction with their robotic bodies stripped, examined, and melted down into more equipment for the first spawn's war efforts. In the spawning pools of Balion, hundreds of enslaved Korvax entities sacrifice themselves in desperations and use their nanite clusters, which run Korvax veins like blood, to rewrite the genetic code of the first spawn's embryos. They installed the devotion to the Atlas in their minds and made them into a commerce-focused race instead of conquerors and warriors. This created the modern Gek race, and ultimately led to the downfall of the first spawn's empire. This was a brilliant long con in part by the Korvax. Here we can see one of the spawn pools, where the Korvax slowly manipulated the genes of the first spawn Gek to turn them into submissive creatures of confusion. The good thing about a simulation is that we can go back in time. And here, you can see the cooling functions of the gene pool manipulation machines. They are ran by the Proto-Gek, a subspecies of the first spawn. The fans regulate the temperatures to a perfect 87.62 degrees Celsius. Is there a possible return? Some NPC interactions added in the Atlas Rises update suggest that the sum of the first spawn Gek might still be found in Gek society. A large enough disruption in an area close to the first spawn may drive it out of hiding. At Colossus Archives in the Gek systems, one or two references in the Gek's Last Spawn Traveler's Soul collections, as the Celestial Archives in those buildings references a hidden spirit.
Alright guys, I've got little Gek here with me today, and we are going to do some cool base tour here for you guys. Now this is something that I've kind of done already before, but now I have changed it and gone a little bit further with this idea. And this is, my purposes for doing this are to make other items. So there might be some things that you see in my builds that come, you would have no idea that they might come from a shape like this. So I do these experimental things. And my idea behind this is that long straight piece up the middle of this and like a spiral staircase that's really, really good. Well, they've been done before, but not to a level of perfection like I'm about to do it. So anyway, this shape right here really helps me out. This is the Nautilus shape, so I wanted to get that good, you know, Fibonacci perfectness line going on there. And I've taken this equation here for the Nautilus shell, and I've taken one of the parts of the equations on the y-axis. Well, you wouldn't be able to tell that now, but I've turned it up, turned that axis upright. And I've taken that axis and I've changed one of the numbers in the equation from a 1.5 to a 7. And it's elongated this shape straight up or to an extreme out there. So I've taken the Nautilus shell and just stretched it out here. And I got a good result for that line, because I can't quite tell how it's going to act until I get back into the game. And now I'm just super really pleased here. We'll go up the hollow shell of it here and just look at these lines. I mean, just seeing this and experiencing this in VR is beyond anything here, and I love doing these kind of things. Now I can't upload this. This is a little bit too big for that. I think it's at around 5,000 pink pill lights here. So yeah, we would have some issues trying to upload this, but I could slim this down and make it a little bit better. There's a lot of coagulation down there at the bottom, for a lack of a better word. But there's a lot of squeeziness down there. I can slim this down. That centerpiece too, which is the part that I was kind of going after for the for some of my other ideas for the other bases. But yeah, you can see a little pop action going on there, which is understandable with the 5,000 pieces here. And it's a little bit over 5,000, I'm pretty sure. So little Geck's going to go on here, and we're going to get a little personal view of it as soon as he hits the hole. It's his first day, folks. Leave him alone. Little Geck has some trouble sometimes. Alright. A little too steep to climb there, little Geck. You're going to have to use your jetpack. And he's going to fall to the floor because, you know, it's his first day, folks. Is he going to make it to the top? No, he falls. And we're just going to, it doesn't matter where you're at, because you're going to get a cool view of this thing no matter where. So it's probably better to fall through it. But I didn't make the gaps big enough for him not to fall through in the upper areas. Like I said, towards the bottom it gets a little more coagulated. And we got the nuisance sandworms. I've been meaning to take those off. I don't want them anymore. Look at those lines. Wow. So imagine, like, so I could see you guys probably thinking, like, you know, with you guys how you do your wire glitching and things like that. If you had this shape in the game and you could go off these little pill lights, you guys would go crazy. And that's exactly what I'm thinking, just on a way more grand scale here. I've got a basic outline of a shape that I could use that's in perfection with the Fibonacci scale. And that excites me, man. And I'm going to use this to my advantage on something. I don't know what yet, but I'm liking it, and I'm liking the fact that I've got a lot of parts in here and everything's rendering fairly decently too. Little Geck is shooting for the stars here, and we've got us a nice little perch here, and you know I'm going into photo mode, folks. Oh yeah, those lines are just great. I could say it 1,000 times, and you know, that's not my art. I didn't invent this. I just you can find these mathematical equations and figure out how to you know, if you're on PC, you have options, but I'm not going to get into that right now. Let's just appreciate some art. It's really cool. And I plan on doing a VR hub here. It's something that I've been wanting to do, but crossplay and servers have been kind of a nightmare, and I've been reluctant to kind of do it. I just reopened up my Muhawk Santo gardens. They've been around for a while. They never closed them down, but those are up. I usually don't share my bases, but some things like this are, you know, I would make this a lot different and maybe give it some animation parts, maybe change out some of the pill lights for other things. Yeah, it's the sky's the limit. I think I did a Klein bottle garden one time too, so that's a cool video. Something just like this too, but I put garden work into it. Today we were just kind of playing with shapes, playing with that equation, and seeing what I could do as far as manipulating a shape that I can use to my benefit later. And so, and if you guys are looking at it, you know, you guys can see it too, man. The possibilities are endless. The nice perfect shape that I got, I think I did well with what I wanted. So yeah, that's cool, man. Little Geck is doing it. Sky Masters is doing it here. Thank you for coming by and checking everything out and looking at these lines. They're really cool. And the mod in the background is a Woody Montana mod and Brick Free mod stack. GG Epic. All these really cool ones back there. So yeah, that's it, man. Very cool build. Thanks for stopping by. Remember to eat your peas and call your mom. And I'll see you on the next video. See you guys later.
A History of the Universe. The No Man's Sky universe is a simulated universe run by the Atlas. According to in-game lore, many vastly different iterations of the universe existed, with very different histories and races. As the Atlas I became more and more corrupted, the universes became more and more similar to each other. A pattern began to emerge, with the same three dominant races living in the universe, and an identical history of war and conflict. Every player character exists in an instance of such a universe. This is a summary of the backstory of these universes that the players evolve in. Since the birth of this universe, there have been thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of unique entities. Over many millennia of advancements and wars, three entities reached the pinnacle of evolution before falling into a dark time, and they are as follows. Gek Dominion. Known as Gek First Spawns. They are very impulsive and aggressive and have earned an infamous bloodthirsty reputation due to the fact that they will also murder their own kind if they are deemed too weak. Their numbers are highest at the center of the universe and they eschew engagement with other entities. Korvax Convergence. Known as Korvax, they are the most intellectual of the known mechanical life forms. It is said that they mainly reside in a distant secluded system but have also wandered planet to planet between the outer edge to the edge of the universe studying fauna and vegetation. As robots, they constantly look for ways to advance themselves while peacefully engaging other entities. Their belief system was unknown until the arrival of the Aarons, which they then began to worship as gods. Through technological advancement, they wield an impressive power never meant to be used against any other entities in the universe. Viking Alliance. They are the nomads of the universe. Widely scattered, they can be found on almost every planet. Herc the Great, and a few who have had the honor of fighting with Herc are the leaders of the Alliance. The Viking worship their war heroes. They originated in the Outer Edge and are known for their violent disposition, seeming to be in perpetual conflict with other entities. They do not eliminate every entity they encounter. Rather, they accept the strong-willed and exile the weak into the vast universe to wither. Millennia before the mysterious travelers came across the No Man's Sky universe, the Gek decided to dominate the universe, as it was their birthright to be masters of everything that lives. As they devoured every entity they encountered while advancing out from the center of the universe with pride, an unknown entity entered the galaxy from the outer edge. My name is Sky Masters. Hit that like and subscribe button for more. The lore of the errands will be next.
You have come a long way, traveler. What is it that you seek?
Yes. Can I get a number 2 with a large fry and a Dr. Pepper, please?
Hey, did you see the Facebook post where James proposed to Brandy with like a build
No.
that says, "Will you marry me?"
No, I did not.
Oh my effing G. How cute is that?
That's cute.
It's super cute. Come on, man. That's like it's a No Man's Sky love story that's of all times. I mean, besides ours. Oh shit. Oh shit. What was that? Oh shit. Oh, he almost hit us. How rude. Ooh, and then I almost get hit by those guys there. Totally unaware and unaffected by the sandworm. I mean, what's going on with this planet and this system? I mean, these guys have no rules or regulations. What are you huffing about?
I don't know, I wish I could go faster and keep up. Get better shots.
I mean,
I never like catch the worms as they're coming out there. It's always like I don't find them until they're halfway through their flight.
all right, well, you got a high chance with me. I mean, you're lucky that they're probably not even here. And I told you, I'll keep up with you. I'll slow it down. It doesn't have to be all that fast all the time. Oh, this is pretty down here. It's probably because your outfit, though. You know, your pants are so saggy. You're already a short fella, you know? And then your pants are super saggy. And I'm sorry, but on Earth, we've already had kind of an issue with pants sagging back. Back a long time ago in our history. Ooh, there goes a big bulbous sack. Ooh, well, it looks like we're gonna have to punch our way through, huh? Some crabs walking around down here. We've got crabs. And we've been cured. Well, if these things don't give you a tingly feeling, I don't know what will. I tell you what, I am ready to see a sandworm come through the water here, though. Might even be due for that. I don't know what the time frame is on that. Even for a long, like the long period of time in between them, like 8 minutes or something. Gosh, maybe I'll have to start digging around in those stupid files and just make sandworms like spawn like crazy, like fireworks. I like how you have your double shark fins and they're hanging out of the water like shark fins, sideways.
Yeah, I know. And hence the name.
And don't hold up a second. Hold up a second. Don't talk to me like that. First of all, they're usually not hanging out in the water. And there's a little. I don't have my HUD on, so oh, there you are. Okay, I do see you. There's that little island over there too, with just one. Oh, she's pretty. Oh, what's up, girl? Can you see me?
Not really.
I like the odd ones. She's cute. Got big eyes. I like those big eyes. Rama Jamma. Oh, little island over there with just a little tip of star brim. Are you going over to that island over there? It's like a...
Where?
I don't know where you're
Where?
going. I don't know.
I'll follow you. Go.
I'm following you.
Go. I don't know where I'm going now.
That's fine. I'll head that way. You're already halfway over that way, so I'm heading over this way to the little star bramble area. See, I don't have my HUD on, so I try to keep a visual on you. I was heading over to that little island with a star bramble on it. But I'm also just getting like some cool footage of your little geeky self floating in the water. It's a cute little character. It's grown on me. This is the story of a geck. Do a whole song about a geck. and redo it. Is that too far? I need to get out. We should get out. Who sings that song anyway? Is that like Four Eyes Blind or whatever it's called? Four Blind Guys. What is the name of that group? This is the story of a girl. You know what I'm talking about, right? Gosh, I got a tear coming out of my eye. It's so hilarious. Oh, and you're no help. You're not even gonna help me. Oh yeah. Look at that one. Very nice. What's been the word of the week? Paka? I believe that can be applied here. I want to grab this guy. I want to see what those feathers look like in the files.
Grab him.
If I have the room. Ooh. I'm under his booty. There we go. Yeah, do a little dance. What's the size on this guy? 3.8? You know, I've had bigger.
That's what she said.
I know, you know, it's not the snize of it. I'm obviously having some issues this morning here. Oh, they were way over us. Aren't you an ugly girl? And this thing's all yelling. And we got a piece of sad little limp star bramble over here. It's like growing up and then it limped over and it's just sitting in the ground. I feel sorry for it. Like we need to do something about it. I know, right? This guy knows. Put some pheromones on it. Rub it vigorously. Ooh, yeah. I'm getting some good flying with the birds footage. Well, at least some I can edit out. In between jet boost. I was gonna fly
Who,
over...
me?
Who, you?
My jet boost or your jet boost?
I said I'm flying with the birds, getting some good shots is what I was talking about. I don't know what you're hearing or something, but obviously it's not.
And then you said something after that about in between the jet bursts.
Yeah. I'm getting good footage, at least in between the jet burst, because I'm like floating around and I'm getting shaky footage, obviously, when I boost on the jets.
I'm making sure you're talking about your jet boost and not my jet boost. Like I'm in the way of your stuff.
No, I
That's
don't
what I'm getting at.
I don't even know where you're at. I can't see you.
Okay. It's all good then. I just wanted to make sure you were good.
You gotta watch your tone though, man. You seem like you got an attitude though this morning. Are you hungry or something? Can you make some breakfast? I like this island over here. It's pretty cool.
Fuck you.
Oh, well, you're not gonna get
I think
fed.
you know the answer to that.
Well, cereal it is.
Bleh.
I like your double shark fin island here. All right, you know what? It is time. It is time for a freaking sandworm too. It's been about that long. And
It's been way longer than that.
it has been. And I call them out all the time. And it's sunrise. So what is I have like a thing. It's called Sunrise Sandworms. And how many footages have I gotten of it so far? I'm on the shark fin island. I'm calling a sandworm right now. And hopefully one will come up. If not, I'm just some jackass standing on a hill, making it sound really, really cool. Actually, it is pretty cool. It's a really nice sunrise. Sandworm or not. And we got some really cool little dinosaurs and old big eyes down there. I'm definitely going to go on a second date. What's that guy doing? He's been drinking. He's flying around on the nip-nip. Pretty sure I've seen a couple bud plants around. You know those space pirates. They like to find these places and get it in. We got a storm coming in. Got really cloudy all of a sudden. Alright, well.
No worm, huh?
No worm for me. But it was a really nice sunrise, and the color transition was nice. And then the clouds came in really cool, so that was just good sun footage. And then the haze come in. Here comes some rain. Cue the sandworm now. Now that we can't see him very well and can't follow him. That's when the sandworm will come in. Alright, well, I'm just some guy on a hill.
I'm on a fantastic journey to look for the origins of life. I shall be travelling not only around the world, but back in time to try and build a picture of what life was like in that very early period. It will be a journey full of wonders. Parts of it were unknown until only a few years ago. In 50 years of program making, I've been lucky enough to explore the living world in all its splendor and complexity. Now, I'm off to explore the origins of all this, to look for the very first living creatures that appeared on the planet. In recent years, scientists have unearthed dramatic evidence of what those first creatures were like. We can also find clues in living animals. From the moment they appeared to the time that they took their pioneering steps on land, we can deduce how animals acquired bodies that moved, eyes that saw, and mouths that ate. And we can understand how those first organisms laid the foundations for modern animals as we know them today.
Hello, old boy. How are you?
Including you and me. The history of life can be thought of as a many-branched tree, with all species alive today related to common ancestors down near the base. The 5 kingdoms of life, the main branches, were established early on. Bacteria, protists, amoeba-like creatures, fungi, plants, and animals. That, for me, is the most fascinating question of all. How and when did they first appear? Charnia was a marine organism, part of an ancient community of living things that lived in darkness at the bottom of an ocean. That much we do know. But what was this strange creature? When did it first appear? And how is it related to modern animals? The answers to these questions are only now beginning to emerge. Charnia is more than 8 times older than the oldest dinosaur. It lived about 560 million years ago. But compared with the age of life itself, that's nothing. Before Charnia and other complex organisms existed, the only living things were microscopic single cells. They first appeared about 3.5 billion years ago, when the Earth was a very different place. The early continents were still forming. The days were a mere 6 hours long, because at that time the Earth was spinning much faster on its axis than it does today. The land was dominated by volcanoes, hostile and lifeless. But deep in the oceans, life had begun. The latest theory is that chemicals spewing from underwater volcanic vents solidified and created towers like these, and this produced the conditions needed for the first cells to form. Some of these began to harness the energy of sunlight, just as plants do today, and formed colonies. These rocky stromatolites in Western Australia have been constructed by very similar photosynthesizing bacteria. Others managed to survive by extracting nourishment directly from the environment, like the fungi and animals that would later evolve. This state of affairs continued for a vast period of time. Fragments of red stone are embedded in the darker rock. They look out of place, and in fact they are. Geologists call them drop stones. They were transported here by glaciers. Life was nearly annihilated before it had truly begun. It's difficult to imagine how life managed to survive in those circumstances, but survive it did. As the glaciers retreated, so nutrient-rich meltwater flooded into the oceans. For the surviving cells, this flood of ground-up rock was a bonanza. For the microbes that could photosynthesize, the pulverized rock was a potent fertilizer. And their growth would have a direct influence on early animal cells. Cyanobacteria and other oxygen-producing microbes began to bloom across the globe. These flourished in colonies of plant-like microbes that pumped out enormous volumes of oxygen. And it was this increase in oxygen that was the key to the rise of the animal kingdom. Now, simple microscopic life had the fuel it needed to develop into something bigger. The fossils in these rocks are both wonderful and bizarre. When the sun is low in the sky, the slanting light shows up their structure in great detail. Organisms were no longer just clumps of undifferentiated cells like sponges. They were organized into defined shapes. Here, there are not only hundreds of examples of Charnia, but a whole community of other strange creatures.
Everywhere you look, there are complex markings and indentations of one kind or another. It's almost as though children have been playing in wet sand. It's like walking through a carpet of ancient creatures. It's difficult to imagine that 565 million years ago, this was the bottom of the ocean, and these were some of the first animals to live on this planet.
And then, over hundreds of millions of years, mountain-building forces thrust the whole seafloor upwards to its present position on the coast of Canada. Dr. Guy Narbonne is a world expert on the fossils of Mistaken Point. This new mobility was only made possible by a major change in the layout of animals' bodies.
When we get to Ediacara, we still have some of those beautiful fractal-like forms that you see in Mistaken Point. But in the Ediacara Hills, we see something very different. And that is, for the first time, you see a blueprint for all animals from then on, including ourselves.
So now this is something you'd like to...
The modern animal body plan is called bilateral symmetry, that had developed in this way. It had a head and a tail, and so it moved in a particular direction.
It's quite likely that they had sensory organs concentrated in the head. This head demonstrates that sensory capacity had evolved.
It was able to sense where food was likely to be on the seafloor, and therefore clearly had a mechanism for actually moving towards that food.
Bilateral animals like Sprigina had another advantage. Between the head and the tail, there are numerous segments. So these animals could increase in size by simply adding more segments. What is more, each segment could do a particular job.
Once you start to move, you develop a front end, and that becomes your head. And you also, by definition, have a back end, and in between, segments on which you can add appendages. On that basic pattern, you can add further features. On the front end, that's where you need sense organs, eyes, feelers. On the appendages, you can modify them to be hooks and claws, which help you catch things. And at the back end, there will be a paw from which you excrete the waste products. And that is the basic body plan of almost all the animals that are alive on Earth today.
It had taken 3,000 million years for multicellular organisms to appear for the first time. But now, less than 100 million years later, an evolutionary blink of an eye, animals had appeared that had the same basic body plan as most that live today. They had heads and tails and segmented bodies, and they were able to move to find food. How was it that animals had suddenly become so complex? The Ediacara Hills may hold the evidence for an answer to that question.
Living organisms don't live forever. If a species is to survive, it has to reproduce. And the first simple animals did that very simply, by straightforwardly dividing. But if a species is to survive, it also has to have the ability to change with the changing environment. And to do that involves reproducing in a rather different way. Evidence of how that happened can also